Chapter 3578. He, fellow Taoist Xiao, is too old-fashioned. Zhu Qingli was very excited and whispered, "We don't have the resources to cultivate, so we can only look for them. However, although I haven't seen Volcano Ridge and Golden Jade Valley, it sounds like they are similar to Taoist Yuanqings. They have resources such as small primordial stone veins near their caves. With these veins, these seniors can continue to cultivate without ruling a country. It's a pity that these spirit veins are so rare. We don't have the fortune." Wu Tianxin snorted. "Even if we find these spirit veins, it'll only benefit others." Hearing this, Xiaohua's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "These nascent soul Taoists, are they starting their own sects? Do Confucian cultivators allow them to be carefree?" "Who said Taoist Yuanqing started his own sect? He never accepts disciples. It's just that some Taoist countries send Taoist soldiers to him for guidance when they have the heart to do so," Zhu Qingli hurriedly said. "Then, fellow Taoists, are there any famous nascent soul cultivators in Yangzhou?" Xiaohua knew that there were always exceptions, so he didn't ask and changed the topic. Zhu Qingli smiled and said, "Other than Taoist Yuanqing of Lufeng Ridge, there's Elder Song of Jade Forest Ocean, Yi Country's senior Yi Minji, Taoist Ming Chung of Heavenly Ruins Country, Celestial Yin of Cloud Country. Cough, cough, there are many." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Not only did he not know about the nascent soul cultivators in Yangzhou and Qingzhou, he didn't even know about the nascent soul cultivators in Yuzhou. Previously, he had stayed with Taoist Li for a while, but he had rushed to Yaotai Mountain. Li Xiang was also disheartened and didn't want to talk about these things. Now, it seemed that he was really ignorant and inexperienced. Sure enough, after Zhu Qingli finished speaking, he asked with a smile, "Yuzhou is quite far from Yangzhou, so I don't know about the nascent soul seniors in Yuzhou. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can tell me about them?" This, Xiaohua rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to speak, Taoist Yuanqing and Hong Songzi seemed to have finished their conversation. Taoist Yuanqing casually sent out a summoning talisman, and the boat rumbled again. Unexpectedly, the blue waves surged violently as it flew into the distance. Only a dozen or so attendants flew out from the boat and stood in midair. The two nascent soul cultivators turned their gazes and scanned the surroundings with their spiritual will. The two nascent soul cultivators naturally weren't looking at Xiaohua and the others. What they cared about was the continuous stretch of tents below them. However, whether it was Chang Yu, Zhu Qingli, Wu Tianxin, or even those Taoist cultivators who stopped in mid-air in the distance and didn't dare to casually fly, they hurriedly bowed in greeting, fearing that they would be negligent. As a result, Xiaohua was like a crane among chickens. How arrogant was Taoist Yuanqing? With a single glance, he saw Xiaohua standing there with a smile on his face. He frowned, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. After that, his divine sense gushed toward Xiaohua like a tidal wave. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He was like a mountain. No matter how strong his divine sense was, he didn't care at all. Xiaohua was naturally unharmed, but Chang Yu and the others were too close to Xiaohua and were unavoidably affected. The three of them swayed slightly, their faces somewhat pale. Xiaohua waved his hand, but with a flash of brilliance, Taoist Yuanqing immediately felt as if his divine sense had been forcefully pushed back by several feet. Taoist Yuanqing's expression immediately changed slightly. Beside him, Hong Songzi saw Xiaohua and naturally frowned. A faint blue light flashed in his eyes, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. However, Taoist Yuanqing's expression changed, and Hong Songzi's expression also changed because he seemed to be unable to use his secret technique to perceive Xiaohua's cultivation. The two of them looked at each other and didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly flew down from the sky and cupped their hands in greeting from afar. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know where fellow Taoist came from? Are you also here to participate in the Jadistage meeting?" Seeing the two nascent soul cultivators so humble, Chang Yu and the other somewhat didn't dare to believe their eyes. They knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was higher than theirs, but in their opinion, he was merely at the upper third grade of essence energy or the lower fourth grade of essence energy. They had never thought that a Taoist cultivator at the middle fourth grade of essence energy would be so amiable. I am Xiao Hua of Yu Province's Black Cloud Ridge. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua raised his hand to return the greeting. I am here to participate in the Jadestage meeting. Xiao Hua, Taoist Yuan Qing, was even more surprised. He looked at Hong Songzi beside him, and Hong Songzi also slightly shook his head. Obviously, the two of them had never heard of Xiao Hua's name. Taoist Xiao, you're hiding your strength. If I didn't look twice, wouldn't I have missed fellow Taoist? Taoist Yuan Qing smiled. I am Taoist Yuan Qing of Yang Province's Lufeng Ridge. This is Hong Songzi of Qing Province's Cloud Dream Cave. On the hidden immortal continent, there are not many nascent soul cultivators in my Taoist sect. Since we are all here to participate in the Jadestage meeting, why don't we get to know each other? Fellow Taoists, please go ahead. Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Chengli and the others beside him and smiled. How about I pay you two a visit after I settle down? Okay, Hong Songzi looked at Xiao Hua's surroundings. He knew that Xiao Hua didn't bring any attendants with him. He nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a rest first. Later, I will send some attendants to invite fellow Taoist. I'll follow fellow Taoist's arrangement. Xiao Hua smiled and agreed. Soon after, the two of them cupped their hands towards Xiao Hua and flew away. They brought along a dozen attendants and landed in the palace at the foot of Yaotai Mountain. Senior Xiao. Chan Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you've really played with this junior. These past few days, you've really made this junior lose face. Haha, since you know this Xiao's temper, then there's no need to be so polite. Xiao Hua saw the respect in Chan Yu's tone and the smile on his face. He knew that Chan Yu had already grasped his temper. You all, follow this Xiao to the palace used by nascent soul cultivators. Yes, Junior will listen to Senior Zhao's instructions. Chang Yu and Zhu Chengli's voices were rather respectful. However, Wu Tianxin seemed to be a bit reserved. After all, he had complained a lot along the way. Thinking about it now, he felt very embarrassed. Chang Yu, you lead the way. Xiao Hua instructed. Chang Yu took the lead and flew towards Yaotai Mountain. The crowd in the distance and many people in the underground tent saw this scene. They all whispered in the distance. They didn't dare to sweep their divine senses over. They looked over again and again, wanting to know what was so special about Xiao Hua. Of course, the eyes of the man who was hiding at the side of the tent flashed with ecstasy. He stared straight at the place where Xiao Hua landed. He seemed to have made a decision. Unfortunately, even when Xiao Hua landed at the foot of Yaotai Mountain with Chang Yu and the others, they still didn't discover anything. At the foot of Yaotai Mountain, the palaces were different from the pavilions. They had different styles and sizes. Many of the palaces were already flashing with brilliance. The restrictions inside had already been activated. It was obvious that there were already people inside. However, there weren't many of these palaces. Xiao Hua took a glance and knew that there were about 20 of them. These 20 or so palaces were naturally the minority, but the number made Xiao Hua's heart startled. These were nascent soul cultivators, on Dawn Rain Continent. They were already grandmaster figures who established their own sections. How many nascent soul cultivators appeared in the Sword Dao Great War? On this small Yaotai Mountain, on the hidden immortal continent, where Confucian cultivators stood in great numbers, there were actually 20 nascent soul cultivators all of a sudden. How could Xiao Hua not be shocked? Of course, after thinking about it a little, Xiao Hua had some understanding. Although the Dawn Rain Continent was a flourishing Dao sect, its territory couldn't be considered vast. It didn't seem to be as big as the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, when he was on the Dawn Rain Continent, although he already had nascent soul strength, he was still a gold core cultivator. Even before the Sword Dao War, he was still a Foundation Establishment disciple. Even if the Dawn Rain Continent had a grand event like the Yaodai Conference, he couldn't participate. How many nascent soul cultivators could he know? Take the Imperial Thunder sect as an example. At most, he had seen the 8 Palace Masters. Who knew if there were any more powerful elders? Senior, what do you think of this palace? Seeing Xiao Hua not speaking, Chang Yu pointed at a rather exquisite small palace and asked in a low voice. And here it is. Xiao Hua had never had any requirements for these things. He nodded and answered. Then he swept his divine sense and immediately found that there was a strange magic power fluctuation at the palace gate. When he probed with his divine sense, he only felt that the jade carving a horsetail whisk outside the palace gate gave birth to a very weak suction force. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua looked at the brilliance of the palace beside him and sent out his divine sense. In an instant, a strong suction force rushed out from the jade carving. Just as Xiao Hua frowned, it suddenly stopped. Then, a palm-sized jade tablet rushed out from the jade carving's horsetail whisk. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the jade tablet appeared in his hand. He looked at it with his divine sense and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. This so-called Star-Lord Palace is also interesting. All the decorations and restrictions are Dao sect magic. There's no trace of Confucian cultivation at all. I'm afraid if it's too much, it will make us Dao sect disciples feel disgusted," Zhu Chengli said in a low voice. Quick! Xiao Hua touched the jade tablet with his hand. The jade tablet immediately emitted a cluster of light that rushed into the palace door. The palace door lit up as if it was the finishing touch. The light began to spread along the palace walls and other places. Not long after, layers of Dao talisman scripts appeared on the entire palace walls. "Let's go in." Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and the jade tablet fell on the palace gate. The palace gate silently opened, revealing the splendor inside. The four people walked into the palace and released their divine sense. After a little exploration, they all smiled. This palace only had 4 quiet rooms, 1 big and 3 small. There was no need to divide them. Senior Xiao, Junior will take his leave first. Chang Yu bowed first. "I'll pay my respects to Senior tomorrow. No need to be so polite." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "The Jade Pavilion gathering will be in 10 days. It's better for you all to cultivate quietly. Even if you can't get the Imperial Teacher's lot, it's also good to get some rare spirit fruits." Yes. Senior, please rest. Junior will take his leave." Zhu Chengli hurriedly bowed and saluted. Following Chang Yu, Wu Tianxin and the other 2 didn't need to discuss anything. They each occupied a quiet room. Chapter 3579. Chang Yu and the others were filled with thoughts in the quiet room. They were surprised by their encounters these days. If there was a pen in the cave, they might have written some stories about nascent soul cultivators. When Xiao Hua entered the quiet room, that quiet room was different from the splendor of the palace hall. It looked very simple and crude. Other than a jade bed, there was nothing else. Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness and scanned the room. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. With a wave of his hand, he took out 100 jade talismans and placed them around the room. After activating the capital star formation, he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and reached out to take Xiansong Zi's ink cloud pupil from the dragon vein. He released his divine sense and carefully studied it. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the quiet room. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then, Xiao Hua gave the ink cloud pupil to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. He waved his hand, and the entrance of the quiet room flashed. He said, "Wu Tianxin, what's the matter?" At the door was Wu Tianxin, a middle gold core stage cultivator, waiting. At this moment, hearing Xiao Hua's voice, a complicated expression appeared on Wu Tianxin's face. He turned around to look at the empty palace, clenched his teeth, and quickly walked into the quiet room. Before he reached the center of the quiet room, he actually knelt on the ground with a plop and begged, "Senior Xiao, please save this junior's life." What do you mean? Xiao Hua didn't expect Wu Tianxin to kneel and ask him to save his life. He didn't see anything unusual with Wu Tianxin along the way. Xiao Hua could only wave his sleeve and lift Wu Tianxin up. He said anxiously, "Get up and tell me in detail." "Oh, don't worry, even if Taoist Yuan Qing wants your life, as long as you are in the right, I will help you." "Yes, Wu Tianxin asked Xiao Hua for help. It could only be because of a grudge with a nascent soul cultivator. If it was most likely, then it was Taoist Yuan Qing. Thank you, Senior. Wu Tianxin took advantage of the situation and stood up. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you're thinking too much. Although Junior's mouth is not virtuous and likes to nag when encountering problems, and even somewhat cynical, Junior still has self-awareness and will absolutely not offend someone who shouldn't be offended. Oh, what could it be? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Tell me about it first. This old man will also think about it and see how I can help you. Senior, Wu Tianxin looked at Xiao Hua. He was somewhat hesitant. Then he asked tentatively, if this junior says that this junior doesn't have anything to ask for Senior's help right now, but this junior would like to ask Senior to save this junior's life in the future, well, perhaps at the Jade Pavilion conference, would Senior believe me? Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't this old man believe you? Looking at Xiao Hua's calm appearance, Wu Tianxin was extremely disappointed. He sighed and said, Senior Xiao, Junior knows that you don't believe Junior, but I really want to ask you to save my life in the future. Wu Tianxin, this old man has already said that I believe you. Why don't you believe me? Xiao Hua said with a smile. You also underestimate the magical abilities of us nascent soul cultivators too much. Not to mention that the Jade Pavilion conference is close at hand. This old man and other nascent soul cultivators can sense good and bad luck on a whim. Even if an ominous omen several months later, this old man and other nascent soul cultivators can still sense it. What Junior said is not the same as what Senior said. Wu Tianxin bit his lips and said in a low voice, Junior's cultivation is not that high. Junior can only sense that my life is at stake. If I can't find someone to help me in time, I may die at any time. That's a bit strange. Xiao Hua looked pensive. He looked at Wu Tianxin and said with a smile, Since you know that the Jade Pavilion conference points to disaster, why did you still come thousands of miles to Yaotai Mountain? Of course, even if you came to Yaotai Mountain, you wouldn't have participated in the Jade Pavilion conference at the beginning. Wouldn't that have been fine? Senior, Wu Tianxin was on the verge of tears. After thinking for a moment, he said, Senior, do you believe that there is someone who knows what might happen 10,000 miles away from Yaotai Mountain tomorrow? Or that someone related to this person will appear 10,000 miles away tomorrow? Isn't it just a divination technique? Or it's called foresight? Xiao Hua was not surprised. He said with a smile, Could it be that you know this technique? Wu Tianxin was stunned. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Xiao Hua foolishly. After a long while, he did not answer Xiao Hua's question and asked, Senior Xiao, do you know this technique? I know a little. Xiao Hua did not hide it. He said with a smile, It's just that this old man's cultivation is shallow and has only touched the surface. Senior, save me. Wu Tianxin said no more. He knelt down and kowtowed again. Xiao Hua was displeased. He did not help Wu Tianxin up and said indifferently, Wu Tianxin, since you asked me to save you, why are you hiding it and not daring to say it? How can there be such a logic in begging others in this world? This is also because this old man knows that although your mouth is not good, your character is not bad. Otherwise, I would absolutely not agree. Senior, please forgive me. This junior knows his mistake. Wu Tianxin did not dare to get up. He said in a low voice, This junior is also afraid. This junior's cultivation is not as good as senior's, but this junior also knows the principle that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Speak, what is it? Xiao Hua waved his hand. This old man will not covet your secret divination technique. Wu Tianxin clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, Senior, can you open the restrictions on the quiet room? Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that Wu Tianxin was worried. He waved his hand, and the capital star array was activated. Wu Tianxin released his divine sense. Seeing that his divine sense could not penetrate the array, he felt relieved and began to explain his situation. After Xiao Hua finished listening to Wu Tianxin's words, although he had already expected it, he was still dumbfounded. This was because Wu Tianxin was somewhat similar to Lu Yi. He had a kind of innate talent that allowed him to distinguish between good and bad. Wu Tianxin also relied on this ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. At the beginning, his cultivation path could be considered smooth sailing. After his cultivation reached the fusion stage, which was the peak of the aura refining realm, he inadvertently obtained an incomplete nameless cultivation technique. This cultivation technique's words were obscure, and others could not understand at all. However, Wu Tianxin relied on his own intuition and knew that this thing was very important to him. He spent a total of 200 years comprehending it. In the end, although he was not proficient in it, he still had a basic understanding of it and knew that this was a mysterious divination technique. However, at this point, it was impossible for Wu Tianxin to comprehend it further. No matter how he racked his brains and tried to think of a way, he could not comprehend even the slightest bit. Wu Tianxin was naturally unwilling. At first, he took a part of this thing to ask others for guidance. No one with the same cultivation as him could understand it. As for those with higher cultivation than him, he did not dare to be too ostentatious. Every time, he would first sense whether or not it was safe before taking out the thing to ask for guidance. However, how could human nature be measured by his half-baked divination technique? There were many times when he almost lost his life in the hands of others. Later, he no longer dared to take risks. He would rather think hard than ask others for guidance. This was also the reason why Wu Tianxin's words were usually very cynical. It was also the reason why Wu Tianxin did not dare to explain it to Xiaohua. Relying on the divination technique that Wu Tianxin did not understand, relying on his innate intuition, Wu Tianxin felt that he was about to face a great tribulation several decades ago. This great tribulation was not related to cultivation, but what it was specifically and where it would appear, he did not understand. In these several decades, Wu Tianxin cultivated day and night in order to improve his strength so that he could deal with the Great Tribulation. However, even though Wu Tianxin had already cultivated to the middle stage of Jindan and could be considered as a somewhat famous Taoist cultivator in Yangzhou, the feeling of dark clouds pressing down on him did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense. Especially in recent years, Wu Tianxin almost felt like he could not breathe. Wu Tianxin simply stopped cultivating. Instead, he spent nearly 10 years calmly divining according to the secret divination technique. In the end, Wu Tianxin vaguely knew that he absolutely could not overcome this difficulty. Moreover, his opportunity was not in Yangzhou, not in the Panshan Cave. However, he did not know where it was or who to ask for help. At this time, it just so happened that Zhu Chengli of Shuhu Mountain invited Wu Tianxin to go to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai Assembly. Normally, Wu Tianxin, who had no interest in ruling a country, would absolutely not agree. However, at this time his heart was moved. He knew that this was an opportunity. Perhaps he could find his own way out. Therefore, Wu Tianxin went out with Zhu Chengli. Unfortunately, Wu Tianxin first met Chang Yu. Chang Yu's character was not bad, but his attitude as a senior made Wu Tianxin feel uncomfortable. Especially when Wu Tianxin asked about some divination techniques. Chang Yu did not know anything. Wu Tianxin was discouraged. He only wanted to go to Yaodai Mountain and ask other Yuanian cultivators to take a look. When he met Xiaohua, Wu Tianxin simply did not care. Xiaohua was really too used to being a low-level cultivator. Wu Tianxin simply did not see a trace of Xiaohua's awareness as a Yuanian cultivator. Xiaohua's whole body was filled with amiability and amiability. Therefore, Wu Tianxin did not have the heart to ask him for help. Only when Xiaohua's depth was seen through by Taoist Master Yuan Qing and the others did Wu Tianxin become vigilant. When Wu Tianxin hid in a quiet room and once again used divination techniques, he suddenly discovered that he was really in imminent danger. Moreover, this danger seemed to be on Yaotai Mountain. Just when Wu Tianxin was in despair, he discovered a trace of life. As for where this life was, how could Wu Tianxin know with his current cultivation level? And Xiaohua was naturally the only water plant that Wu Tianxin could grasp. Alas, this is really unimaginable. Xiaohua sighed. If you weren't on Yaodai Mountain, perhaps you wouldn't have to worry about your life. However, it was precisely because you sensed a life force outside the Pan Mountain cave that you came to Yaodai Mountain. Tell me, should you come to Yaodai Mountain in the end? Even if you don't want to come, even if you want to go back now, don't you also sense a certain death situation? Wu Tianxin nodded with a sullen face. Obviously, he himself had long sensed it and used divination techniques to divine it. Chapter 3580. You can get up. Xiaohua waved his hand. Presumably, you never mentioned this to Zhu Chengli and Changyu, right? Junior doesn't dare to speak casually. Wu Tianxin got up and said in a low voice. Then, do you think I was able to save you because of your divination technique? Xiaohua asked again. Wu Tianxin shook his head. Junior can't divine this. However, Junior already has this kind of perception. Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid it's not perception, but what you think. You only know me as a nascent soul cultivator in the entire Yaotai Mountain. Who else can you find if not me? Junior's mind is already in a mess. Wu Tianxin didn't know what to say and said helplessly, Junior didn't intend to participate in the Yaodai conference before, but now it seems that I must participate and will inevitably encounter great danger. If possible, I ask Senior to save me. And that's not a problem. Xiaohua simply agreed. If I can help you, I will naturally help you. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Wu Tianxin hurriedly thanked him. Also, Xiaohua asked again, did you perceive your own danger or the danger of the Yaodai conference? What danger will there be in the Yaodai conference? Wu Tianxin was puzzled. Junior can only perceive my own danger, and the divination technique didn't show any danger in the Yaodai conference. And Xiaohua responded thoughtfully. He understood that he had been comprehending the hand of karma for so many years, but he still couldn't accurately perceive karma. Wu Tianxin's cultivation was even worse. If he didn't have an innate talent, he probably wouldn't be able to perceive some things now. Then Junior will take his leave. Wu Tianxin clenched his teeth and said in a low voice. Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry. Since you want to participate in the Yaodai conference, follow me. If there are any benefits, I will give it to you. If you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely help you. Junior doesn't dare to say too much about Senior's great kindness at this time. It won't be too late to say more after Junior escapes this disaster. Wu Tianxin bowed again and waited for Xiaohua to remove the restriction of the quiet room before slowly leaving. Things in this world are really interesting. There are so many capable people. Looking at Wu Tianxin's somewhat excited back, a trace of a smile hung on the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. Since the hidden immortal continent is like this, the Dawn Rain continent must also be like this. Unfortunately, this Zhao's cultivation was really shallow when he was in the Dawn Rain continent, so he couldn't see things as high as this. Jiuxia. Very naturally, the mysterious Jiuxia who could predict the future appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Of course, compared to Jiuxia's beauty, the importance of being able to predict the future in Xiaohua's heart was still far behind. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was a little dazed, the silver-gray color in his eyes gradually rose, and the traces of the galaxy suddenly appeared. Outside the quiet room, the sound of footsteps sounded again. A faint green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. His eyes slightly shook, and those pitch-black eyes of his regained their color. In fact, Xiaohua didn't need to look anymore. He already knew who it was. Sure enough, before long, the smile on Zhu Chengli's face was like a flower. The spirit pills bestowed by Xiaohua were exactly what he needed. Under his pleading, Xiaohua even gave him a nascent soul cultivation method. Of course, as for whether or not he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage, that was not something Xiaohua could know. At this time, Xiaohua simply didn't comprehend any cultivation method. He took out a scroll and read it with great interest. Confucian cultivators were the same as Taoist cultivators. Both good and bad were mixed. However, the scrolls left behind by Confucian cultivators for so many years were the real deal. The vast number of articles were filled with penetrating insight. Every time he read an article, Every time he read a scroll, Xiao Hua could feel the writer's heart and experience the awe-inspiring intent within. Fu Jiwen was right. The awe-inspiring aura was the foundation, but the awe-inspiring aura itself was dead. It was the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, and it was the breathing of Confucian cultivators that gave the awe-inspiring aura vitality. This vitality was precipitated in the awe-inspiring aura. Whether it was thousands of years, 10,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years, as long as there were Confucian cultivators and articles passed down, the awe-inspiring aura would exist. This kind of inheritance was beyond the reach of Taoist cultivators. Sometimes, Xiaohua even had an illusion that the awe-inspiring aura inheritance of Confucian cultivators was borrowed from the inheritance in the mind of the evil spirit. Of course, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was also studying Buddhist scriptures and cultivating Buddhist Dharma. It was similarly broad and profound, causing the Buddha Sarira to be intoxicated. Now, the time it spent studying Buddhist scriptures had exceeded the time it spent cultivating Dharma. If Xiaohua hadn't come into contact with the scrolls of Confucian cultivators before, he would have ordered the Buddha relic to focus on cultivating Buddhist doctrine. However, after looking at the scrolls and Buddhist doctrine, Xiaohua knew that Buddhist scriptures were the foundation of Buddhist doctrine. Buddhist doctrine was only a minor detail. Looking at Guzhan's situation and looking at Manjushri Bodhisattva's fruit, if he focused on Buddhist doctrine, it would really be putting the cart before the horse, picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Demons, how do they cultivate? In an instant, Xiaohua, who was reading the scrolls, was distracted again. When he was in the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua had seen beast cultivators. At first, he thought that they should be formed by combining weapon cultivators and demon cultivators. However, ordinary demon cultivators, as the name implied, were cultivators who cultivated demonic arts. Since they were cultivators, they were humans. On the hidden immortal continent, whether it was Taoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist cultivators, they could all be called cultivators. However, the demons of the Thousand Demons sacred realm were different. They were not humans. Moreover, according to High Wind Old Monster, they never considered themselves as cultivators. Therefore, they could not be called demon cultivators because they were demons or evil spirits. According to what I know, and the gradually growing memories of Little Yellow and Little Black, they should be imprints of inheritance, just like the phoenix imprint on Fairy Hongxia's forehead. Since Fairy Hongxia and other cultivators with genuine bloodlines can obtain the inheritance of these imprints, then wouldn't the demons be even more privileged? If that's the case, then what about the two bones in the demon formation of Qianyu Mountain? There seem to be some runes on the bones. Then how do you explain the stellar energy that the demon formation drew upon? Xiaohua thought more and more. After a long while, the entire palace was silent, as if there was no one around. Suddenly, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked at the book in his hand, smiled, and muttered to himself, "If I don't understand the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist sect, then I have no place to ask, but how does this demon cultivate? Why should I think so much? With these two children, Little Yellow and Little Black, what do I have to worry about? When they come back, can't I just ask them properly?" With that thought in mind, Xiaohua once again concentrated on reading the book. At the top of his head, wisps of clear air were produced, slowly dissipating. Half a day passed unknowingly. Xiaohua put down the book, stretched, and casually swept his gaze across the quiet room. The restriction outside the quiet room was not activated, and said with a smile, "This fellow Chong, you can keep his composure. Looks like he's a somewhat shrewd cultivator." Just as Xiaohua was about to pick up the book again, he frowned, and said with a helpless smile, "Chong, you didn't come, but Taoist Yuan Qing did." However, when he released his divine sense to investigate, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he asked curiously, "Why did he come to Yaodai Mountain?" Soon after, Xiaohua stood up again and said with a smile, "No matter what, he's an old friend. I have to personally welcome him." Xiaohua walked out of the quiet room, and Chang Yu immediately sensed it. He hurriedly came out of the quiet room, bowed, and said, "Senior Xiao, is there something wrong?" Nothing. You wait here and meditate. This old man has an old friend coming to visit. Xiaohua waved his hand. Changyu did not ask any more and returned to the quiet room with cupped hands. Xiaohua walked to the palace door, and with a wave of his hand, the palace door flashed with brilliance and silently opened again. Outside the palace door stood a person with a large head. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows and 2 leopard eyes. Previously, there was shock in those eyes, but now it was replaced with fear and surprise. Wasn't this the Black Horse Cavalry General of the left, Xue Ping? I'm late. Fellow Taoist Xue has been waiting for a long time, Xiaohua said with a smile. Xue Ping hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Xue Ping greets Senior Xiao. Previously, I really didn't know Senior Xiao's true identity. I was too rude. Please forgive me. It's fine. Xiaohua helped Xue Ping up and said, Those who don't know are not guilty. At that time, this old man was only traveling in the country of Xi and did not intend to let more people know my identity. It would be strange if fellow Taoist Xue found out. Senior, please call me Xue Ping. Otherwise, this junior will feel awkward. Xue Ping stood up and said pitifully, his face full of embarrassment. That's right. That day, Xue Ping aggressively tested Xiaohua's strength and even wanted to promote Xiaohua to the position of right general. Who would have thought that in just a year, he would become a nascent soul senior? This leap was so big that Xue Ping felt like he was in a dream. Therefore, when Xue Ping was standing beside the tent, he did not dare to approach, and only now did he make up his mind to pay his respects. Xiaohua nodded, turned around and said, This old man understands. You may come in. Yes. Xue Ping nodded obediently and followed Xiaohua into the palace. Xiaohua did not return to the quiet room, but sat at the head of the palace. Xue Ping naturally did not dare to overstep and stood respectfully in front of the jade table, quietly waiting for Xiaohua to speak. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a jade plate containing some spirit fruits. He placed it on the jade table beside him and said with a smile, Xue Ping, have a seat. Have a taste of the spirit fruits first, then we can talk slowly. Yes, this junior thanks senior for the fruit. Xue Ping did not dare to be negligent. After bowing and thanking him, he sat down and picked up a spirit fruit to taste carefully. Seeing that Xue Ping was still so reserved, Xiaohua smiled and said, Xue Ping, why did you come to Yaotai Mountain instead of being the left general in the country of Xi's Nanpu County? It seems that your cultivation is not enough to be the state preceptor. Could it be that you came here specifically to wait for this old man? Could it be that you have the ability to predict the future? Chapter 3581. Xiaohua was obviously joking, but when Xue Ping heard it, his heart calmed down. He hurriedly put down the spirit fruit and said respectfully, Senior, please know that I'm no longer the left general. Oh, I should say that I'm no longer in the country of Xi's Nanpu County. Oh, Xiaohua raised his brows and asked curiously, You were doing well in the country of Xi's Nanpu County. Why did you go somewhere else? At this point, Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, Oh, that's right. I remember that I had an agreement with you. However, because I really didn't have the time to leave, I kept delaying it. Don't worry. Did you already go there? And you returned with a full load, so you're no longer working in the country of Xi? No, it's not what Senior thinks. Xue Ping hurriedly waved his hand and said, Without an expert like Senior leading the way, I wouldn't dare to go there. If Senior has the time in the future and wants to go there, I'm willing to bring you there. I see. Xiaohua scratched his chin and nodded. After the Yaotai Summit, I will have some free time. If you have the time, why don't we travel together? Great. Xue Ping was overjoyed and scratched his head. Xiaohua looked at Xue Ping with a faint smile and said, Xue Ping, don't tell me you chased me all the way to Yaotai Mountain and wanted me to fulfill my promise? Xue Ping hurriedly reined in his joy and smiled apologetically. Senior Xiao, you're mistaken. How could I know that Senior would come to Yaotai Mountain? I'm only following my general to Yaotai Mountain. Oh, Xiaohua nodded. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter after leaving the country of Xi. Shui Ping smiled bitterly. Senior, you must be joking. How could I have a fortuitous encounter? It's better to say that I was forced to leave the country of Shi. Have a seat. Let's talk while eating. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the spirit fruits on Shui Ping's table. He took out some spirit fruits and took a bite. Seeing Xiao Hua's behavior, Shui Ping was somewhat relieved. He squeezed out a smile on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. He picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a few bites. Senior, you're really enjoying yourself. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a wondrous spirit fruit. It's nothing. It's just a small token of appreciation from some juniors. It would be impolite for this old man to refuse, Xiao Hua said with a slight smile. Shui Ping ate a few spirit fruits before wiping his mouth and smiling embarrassedly. Senior, I was ordered by the prefectural governor to go to Longevity Town to provide disaster relief. Thanks to Senior's grain, the townspeople didn't suffer too much of a disaster. With the help of Mo Yin and Mo Jianli, this junior has also successfully completed the important task of disaster relief. However, even though I had completed my mission, something unexpected happened when I was about to leave Longevity Town. Shui Ping stole a glance at Xiao Hua's expression. Xiao Hua seemed to be tasting the spirit fruits while listening to Shui Ping's explanation. Seeing that Shui Ping had stopped, he raised his head naturally and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What could possibly happen in Longevity Town that you didn't expect?" This old man hasn't heard any news from Longevity Town for a long time after I left. I do miss the monks of Shaojin Temple. Ha! Shui Ping chuckled. Senior, you're truly a playboy. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you can destroy the Shaojin Temple with a single finger. I heard from Mo Jianli that you even... However, at this point, Shui Ping's expression suddenly changed. If Xiao Hua's fight with the monks of the Small Gold Temple was considered a game of the mortal world, then Xiao Hua's battle with Liao Jiang, what kind of game was that? No matter how much Xiao Hua played around, he couldn't treat the lives of the townspeople of Longevity Town as child's play. He even gave the credit of defeating the sea race to the Buddhist sect Ci Hang. This didn't make sense at all. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He knew what Shui Ping was thinking and smiled. This old man was injured that day, and my cultivation was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could I have allowed the sea race to run rampant in Liaojiang? Even you, didn't you give this old man a shock too? Shui Ping came to a realization and hurriedly smiled. Senior really didn't show his true colors that day. This junior really couldn't tell. Shui Ping did not dare to ask any more questions. He continued, Senior, there is something you don't know. Ever since Buddhist sect's Master Ci Hang blocked the Sea tribe at Liao River and used a Buddhist sect's Buddhist artifact to collect the river water that was supposed to flood Longevity Town, he obtained the psyche power of tens of thousands of townspeople in Longevity Town. He almost attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in Longevity Town. The townspeople of Longevity Town have regarded Master Ci Hang as their savior. Not only did they worship Longevity Town's memorial tablet at home every day, they also went to Shaojin Temple to offer incense and recite the virtues of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Previously in Long Life Town, Long Life Academy was still the leader. That small gold temple really wasn't much, only a bit better than the river and tide temple when Senior first arrived in Long Life Town. However, with the worship of tens of thousands of villagers, Small Gold Temple's incense offerings flourished 100 times. Oh, the Jiangqiao Temple where you stayed that day is no longer there. It's said that they're going to build a Guanyin monastery. Not only are the townspeople of Longevity Town so crazy, the entire country of Shi and the other countries in your province, be it the devout townspeople or the monks of various temples, all of them are flocking to Longevity Town as if they're on a pilgrimage. They're heading to Shaojin Temple and Guanyin Monastery to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva. Senior, you must have seen clearly that day that Ci Hang was only one step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. However, in reality, he didn't attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Shui Ping continued, however, according to the mouths of those foolish townspeople, Ci Hang actually attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. They even want to forge a 10-foot golden body for Guanyin Bodhisattva on Jiangshao Ridge. Furthermore, I've heard that many people feel that Jiangshao Ridge is too small to accommodate Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. They're prepared to either completely demolish Jiangshao Ridge and build it on the flat ground, or pile up soil to build a mountain around Jiangshao Ridge, expanding the area of Jiangshao Ridge tenfold. Hiss! Xiaohua gasped and asked curiously. Although the north of Jiangshao Ridge is barren, there are farmlands and farmhouses in the east and west. How are they going to demolish them or pile up soil to build a mountain? Xue Ping smiled bitterly. Senior, you might not know this, but the townspeople near Jiangshao Ridge know that it's for Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. They've long donated the farmlands and left with their families. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. Longevity Town is now a monk town filled with bald people. A tile fell and injured 10 people. 6 of them were monks who came to Longevity Town, while the other 4 were devotees who came to offer incense. Xue Ping continued. Longevity Town belongs to Nanpu County. When the county governor found out about this, he had a huge headache and hurriedly reported it to the king. I don't know about the king's decree, but ever since the king's decree, the entire Nanpu County has been shrouded in a strange atmosphere. On the surface, Nanpu County seems to be very peaceful, and the government and people are normal. However, there's an undercurrent surging within. Not only have some Confucian cultivators secretly come, but many Taoist cultivators have also revealed themselves. As the first person to render meritorious service in Longevity Town, I've received many rewards. There's even a rumor that the king intends to give me the position of general to guard Longevity Town. The more I think about it, the more scared I feel. These Confucian cultivators must have a huge conflict with the Buddhist sect in Longevity Town. They can play whatever they want, but why are they involving us Taoist cultivators? As a Taoist disciple and expose myself, I'll definitely be the first to be sent out if there's any strange movement. If I don't go by then, I'll be disobeying the king's decree. Not to mention the king, even the county governor can take my head. However, if I go, will the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector let me live in peace? I'm sure that the demon subduing pestle is already waiting to land on my head, right? Thus, I might as well go all out and submit a letter to the county governor to resign, saying that I've reached a critical point in my cultivation of a secret technique that involves my life. The prefectural governor did not agree at first, but this junior submitted 3 dictionaries in a row. In the end, the prefectural governor remembered this junior's hard work and finally agreed. This junior received the confirmation and left Nanpu County on the same day. Not bad. You're able to see clearly when to advance and when to retreat. Xiaohua nodded. After all, the situation in Longevity Town was really strange. Xue Ping was able to see so far despite being in the middle of it, which surprised Xiaohua. Then where are you now? I'm currently serving as a county governor in Puqian County in Liang Province's Shanliang country. Xue Ping didn't dare to hide anything and answered honestly. Xiaohua smiled and clapped. Not bad, not bad. You used to be the left general. Now that you're a county governor, you've improved. Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned as though he thought of something. He exclaimed, "Oh, that's not right. Xue Ping, the Shanliang country, seems to be established by the Buddhist sect. You're not serving in the country established by the Taoist sect. Why did you go from a Confucian country to a Buddhist sect country?" Xue Ping blinked his eyes. He was very surprised that Xiaohua knew that the Shanliang country was established by the Buddhist sect. However, he didn't dare to ask and could only answer, "Senior, you might not know. My cultivation in Tao isn't profound, but I have some unique points in the art of war and spear arts. If I went to the country established by the Taoist sect, there might not be a position that I'm satisfied with. Only a country established by the Buddhist sect or a country established by the Confucian sect can satisfy me. Among them, the descendants of the Confucian school of the military are also skilled in the art of war. I found a few Confucian countries, but I wasn't satisfied. When I arrived at the Shanliang country, although I'm not too fond of the Buddhist sect, the people in the Shanliang country are simple and honest, and the Buddhist aura is exuberant. The country's ruler is also a kind-hearted person. Compared to the few Confucian countries nearby, it's much better. Therefore, I attempted to serve the Putian County governor. Coincidentally, the Putian County governor was lacking someone like me who knew how to lead troops and set up formations. After trying, he was very satisfied and immediately petitioned the king to request for the position of Left General for me. What surprised me even more was that the king's decree actually allowed me to become the county governor's army. Not only will I control the Putian County's military and political power, but I'll also assist the county governor in handling government affairs. He doesn't care about my identity as a Taoist sect cultivator at all. The king's breadth of mind. TSK, I'm truly impressed. Chapter 3582. Oh, the monarch of the Chanyang kingdom is so wise. Xiaohua was a little confused. It seemed that in Xiao Jian's words, the monarch of the Chaoyang country was a cruel person, an ungrateful person, extremely unbearable. Why was it so different from Xue Ping's description? This monarch, what is his name? If we're talking about the monarch's name, it has something to do with Senior Xiao, Xue Ping said with a smile. My monarch's surname is Xiao, and his name is Jun. He's a loyal monarch. Xiao Jun? Xiaohua frowned. Wasn't this the shameless person Xiao Jian mentioned who stole his throne? Actually, I came to Yaotai Mountain because I took the initiative to request the monarch to send people to recruit some Dao cultivators. Xue Ping continued. After all, although my Chanyang kingdom has a strong population, it might not be rich. I feel that we urgently need some people with lofty ideals to help our monarch govern the country and prevent other countries from harboring ill intentions towards my Chanyang kingdom. Don't tell me you were bribed by a mere county governor joining the army? Xiaohua said with a smile. Don't forget that you're a Dao cultivator. You're not a Buddhist kingdom's bodhisattva. Senior, you're wrong. When Xue Ping heard that, he answered righteously. Of course I won't abandon my principles just because a prefectural governor has joined the army. I still don't approve of the Buddhist sect, but that doesn't mean I don't approve of a Buddhist kingdom or the monarch of a Buddhist kingdom. My monarch seems to know about the Yaotai meeting, but he didn't think about it before. When he saw this junior's memorial, he immediately made a decision. Not only did he approve this junior's memorial, he even personally brought some aides to Yaotai Mountain. Xiaohua smiled. So Xiao Jun is also at Yaotai Mountain. That's right. Xue Ping nodded. When Senior flew over, I was chatting with my monarch's aides and was delayed. When I saw Senior's face, I didn't dare to approach. Later, when I saw a nascent soul Senior, I had to be courteous to Senior. Only then did I muster the courage to come over. If Senior is willing, I'll invite my monarch to pay you a visit. Xiaohua's heart stirred as he asked. You told the county governor of Butian Commandery about Longevity Town, right? That's right. I have nothing to hide. Xue Ping nodded. Then, have you told your monarch about this old man's visit today? Junior wouldn't dare. Longevity Town's matters are Junior's own. Junior naturally dares to speak. But Senior's matter. I dare not speak rashly without Senior's approval. Xue Ping immediately said in a panic. Xiaohua nodded. That's good. You don't need to tell others about this old man's matters. If this old man is interested, he can come and find you. Yes, this Junior understands. Xue Ping hastily stood up, knowing that Xiaohua was about to send him off. However, when he stood up, he still didn't forget to say, Senior, if you have the time, this Junior would like to invite His Majesty to meet you. Although this Junior hasn't met His Majesty much, I have a good relationship with His Majesty's aides. All the advisors know the monarch very well. Their reputation towards the monarch is extremely good. Xiaohua frowned and said with a smile that was not a smile, Xue Ping, are you just here to be the Buddhist sex lobbyist? Oh, please forgive me, Senior. Xue Ping hastily shut his mouth and said with a smile, This Junior is used to speaking these days, so I just said it in passing. This is my message talisman. If Senior returns from the Yaodai gathering with a full load, this junior will come and congratulate Senior. With that said, Shui Ping carefully took out a message talisman and handed it to Xiao Hua, looking at him pitifully. It seemed that he was still worried when Xiao Hua said that he would look for him when he had the time. Xiao Hua reached out to take it without any displeasure on his face. Only then did Shui Ping feel relieved. He looked around and said, Senior is already a nascent soul cultivator. Why don't you have a boy to serve you? If Senior needs one, can this junior send a few over? There's no need for that. Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. He waved his hand and said, I'm just here to take a stroll around Yaotai Mountain. Why would I need a boy to serve me? Those who came with me earlier were also people I met along the way. They can't be considered as disciples. Senior is really amiable and approachable. Shui Ping sighed. If this junior cultivates to the nascent soul realm, I'll definitely have someone to rely on like perfected Yuanqing. This is something that a nascent soul senior should enjoy. It won't be too late to talk about it after you cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Xiao Hua said with a smile, and then walked to see him off. How could Shui Ping dare to let Xiao Hua see him off? He hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, please wait. This junior doesn't dare to trouble you. Senior Xiao, let this junior see this fellow Taoist off. With that said, Chang Yu quickly walked out of the quiet room and said eagerly, I'm Chang Yu. Fellow Taoist, this way please. Xiao Hua nodded and stopped in his tracks. Shui Ping bowed again and smiled at Chang Yu before following him out of the palace. Looking at Shui Ping's back, Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He was somewhat surprised by Shui Ping's visit, but he was even more puzzled by Xiao Jun's situation. Xiao Hua returned to the jade table and sat down. Not long after, Chang Yu turned around and Xiao Hua said loudly, All of you, come out and follow me to this palace. Don't cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the same as a cave? With that said, he waved his hand and took out some spirit fruits and spirit wine, placing them on 3 jade tables. Chang Yu blinked and bowed. Thank you, Senior Xiao. Today, I've benefited from your presence. Hearing Xiao Hua's summons, Wu Tianxin and Zhu Chunli hurriedly came out as well. They were happy to see the spirit fruits and other things. After thanking him, they sat down and ate and drank while chatting in a reserved manner. Xiao Hua also casually said a few words before asking, Chang Yu, do you know of the Chanyang country in Liang province? Senior, Liang province is very far from Qing province. This junior has never heard of it. Chang Yu was about to drink when he hurriedly put down the wine cup and answered respectfully. Previously, Xiao Hua did not hide his conversation with Shui Ping from the 3 of them. Therefore, Xiao Hua said again, This Shui Ping is someone I knew in the past. I heard from him that he's currently serving as a county governor in the Chanyang country, which was founded by a Buddhist sect. I don't understand. Is the monarch of this Chanyang country really using our Taoist cultivators? Or does he really have the intention to develop his country and seek benefits for his citizens? No matter what, he's using our Taoist cultivators to work for his Buddhist sect. Wu Tianxin stood up without hesitation and said, There aren't many good people in the Buddhist sect. On the surface, they're benevolent, abstain from meat, and pray to Buddha. They don't get close to women, but in reality, how many men can tolerate their 10 precepts? This disciple has cultivated for so many years, but I can only abstain from 9 of the 10 precepts. Xiao Hua knew Wu Tianxin's personality and did not find it strange. He smiled and said, Which precepts are so powerful? Even great cultivator Wu can't abide by them. Lust precepts. Lust is emptiness. Emptiness is lust. It's all nonsense. Wu Tianxin smiled and said, This lust precepts are men's lust tribulation. I don't think any man can avoid it. Old Wu, you've drunk too much. Zhu Chunli stole a glance at Xiao Hua and hurriedly chided, Don't violate your precepts in front of Senior. Wu Tianxin shuddered and shrank his neck. He hurriedly sat down and took a spirit fruit to chew. Actually, it might not be as serious as fellow Taoist Wu said. Chang Yu smiled and said, I've seen some Buddhist sect monks who say one thing and mean another. Similarly, I've seen even more Buddhist sect experts who are sincere towards Buddhism and treat others with sincerity. With fellow Taoist Shui Ping's cultivation, if not for the fact that the single Liang kingdom really attracted him, he might not have stayed behind, and even more so, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to come to Yaotai Mountain. It's certain that the single Liang kingdom's monarch is using Taoist cultivators, but we can't rule out the fact that this monarch is indeed ambitious. At this point, Chang Yu looked at Xiao Hua again and said, "If Senior is interested, you'll know when you meet him. Otherwise, Senior can ride a Pegasus to the single Liang kingdom to take a look. If not, Junior and the others can also do it for you." "Haha, there's no need for that." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I'm just curious. If I have time, I'll go take a look myself." Zhu Qingli seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked outside the palace. He said, "Chang Yu, go take a look. There seems to be someone outside again." "Yes, Senior." Chang Yu was very happy. He hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the palace door. Zhu Qingli and Wu Tianxin were slightly stunned. After all, their cultivation levels were relatively low. If there was anything, this should be called. Zhu Qingli even had a look of regret on his face. Not long after, Chang Yu brought a boy with red lips and white teeth in a clean Taoist robe in. He said respectfully, Senior Hong, Songzi sent an invitation card to invite you to a banquet. Junior Qing Mu greets perfected Xiao. The boy walks in front of Xiao Hua and respectfully raises his hands. In his hands is a diamond-shaped crystal object. Inside it is flashing a green and red brilliance. It looks very extraordinary. The boy says, "Junior is under the order of my family's Taoist to invite Taoist to Taoist what is banquet." Xiao Hua slightly nodded and reached out to take the crystal object. He slightly used his Zhen Yuan and saw the crystal overflowing with brilliance. The green and red brilliance respectively gathered in two parts of the crystal. Soon after, the brilliance rushed out of the crystal and swam in front of Xiao Hua's eyes like a shuttle used to weave cloth. A moment later, a gorgeous invitation card appeared. The characters seemed to come alive and made a sound. It was Hong Songzi's voice. "Perfected Xiao, I originally planned to invite fellow Taoists to my Immortal's Cave for a chat a few days ago. However, in these few days, fellow Taoists from various provinces have come to Yaotai Mountain. This is really beyond my expectations. Today, I just received Perfected Da's invitation. I thought that I might as well go together. If fellow Taoist has the time, you can ask Qing Mu to bring fellow Taoist here. I will wait in my Immortal's Cave." The voice drifted in the palace. The green and red brilliance gradually disappeared. The crystal object also turned into powder. Xiao Hua looked at Qing Mu, standing respectfully. He turned his head and sent a sound transmission to Chang Yu. "Who is this Perfected Da?" Chapter 3583. Chang Yu's face revealed astonishment, and he hastily replied, "Senior, this Huda Taoist is the state teacher of Ji Province's Lihua Nation. It said that he's already cultivated to the late stage of nascent soul, and his strength has reached the lower fifth level. This Lihua Nation was originally founded by Huda Taoist, and its national strength is very strong. It already has a history of several thousand years in Ji Province, so Huda Taoist's name is also very well known. Junior also heard that Huda Taoist has a very deep friendship with the Confucian school of Mo. In Qing Mu, Xiao Hua heard and said, "Does Huda Taoist only invite nascent soul cultivators to his banquet?" "Senior, please no." Qing Mu respectfully replied, "Huda Taoist's invitation didn't say so, but there are at least several hundred Taoist cultivators coming to Yaotai Mountain. If not thousands, Huda Taoist can't invite them all. Only nascent soul seniors can go." However, Qing Mu raised his eyes to look at Chang Yu's group of three and said with slight hesitation, "Senior, if you want to bring your sex disciples, it should be possible." "Oh, okay." Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand. "You lead the way. Chang Yu, you and the others follow me to the banquet." "Yes, Senior Xiao, please." Qing Mu bowed and took a few steps forward to lead the way. Chang Yu and the others were overjoyed. They definitely didn't expect Xiao Hua to bring them to the banquet. Chang Yu and the others understood that being able to meet a nascent soul cultivator was a fated chance. Just like the three of them, there was a huge difference between before and after meeting Xiao Hua. A nascent soul cultivator could casually give them some pointers and some rewards, allowing them to take a few more steps on the arduous path of cultivation. Chang Yu looked further ahead than Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli, so he didn't urgently look for Xiao Hua and instead waited for an opportunity. Wasn't Xiao Hua's words a kind of repayment? "Senior, please." Chang Yu didn't dare to overstep and bowed to invite Xiao Hua to go first. And Xiao Hua knew that at this time, he wouldn't be as casual as he was before arriving at Yaotai Mountain. He nodded slightly and walked forward. Hong Songzi's palace was quite far from Xiao Hua's. Greenwood Child walked out of the palace gate and gave Xiao Hua a slight smile. Clouds appeared under his feet, and he flew towards the other side of Yaotai Mountain. Xiao Hua didn't use the magic cloud technique. Instead, he used a simple Taoist flying technique to follow behind Qingmu. Now, the sky was gradually darkening. Many palaces and pavilions were abnormally bright in the dark. Xiao Hua glanced around and couldn't help but be shocked. It was really as Qingmu said. Many palaces were already lit up, and even more pavilions were resplendent outside the palaces. The Tao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent were far more numerous than what Xiao Hua had expected. As Xiao Hua flew through the air, many divine senses swept over. However, Xiao Hua had just shown his outstanding strength, and his reputation wasn't that great. The strength he displayed seemed to be just so. Therefore, the divine senses swept over and then retracted. They didn't take Xiao Hua seriously. Another moment later, a divine sense swept over. Once it touched Xiao Hua, it immediately withdrew. Then, 3 rainbow-colored lights streaked across the sky from afar. Unexpectedly, it was Hong Songzi, Taoist Yuan Qing, and another fat nascent soul cultivator who came to welcome them. From afar, Hong Songzi smiled and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, I'm really sorry to disturb your quiet cultivation." Xiao Hua urged his figure and instantly passed by Qingmu. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I know that fellow Taoist has been busy these past few days. That's why I didn't dare to disturb you. Now that fellow Taoist has invited me, I couldn't ask for more." Xiao Hua greets fellow Taoists. Come, hi Hongzi. This is Taoist Master Xiao Hua of the Black Cloud Ridge that I mentioned to you before. Hong Songzi smiled and returned the greeting. He pulled the fat cultivator beside him and said. Unexpectedly, the fat cultivator slightly frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. He wasn't as affectionate as Hong Songzi thought. Instead, he casually raised his hand and said, "I'm Hai Hongzi. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiao." Taoist Yuan Qing laughed and said, "Hai Hongzi, fellow Taoist Xiao is a Taoist who doesn't reveal his true strength. Don't look at him just because he only revealed the strength of a third-grade origin energy. You have to look carefully. Don't be fooled by his false appearance." That day, this old man didn't pay attention to it. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Hong Songzi's attentiveness, we would have lost a great help in the future. Xiao Hua naturally already sensed that Hai Hongzi was checking his cultivation. However, he was used to hiding his strength. Now that he heard Taoist Yuan Qing mention it, although he didn't say that he should reveal it, if he continued to hide it, it would be hypocritical. Therefore, Xiao Hua lightly patted the top of his head. He slightly released the pressure of a middle nascent soul stage cultivator. Qingmu, Chang Yu, and the others at the side immediately felt that it was difficult to breathe. A kind of mountain-like pressure directly broke into their hearts. Fellow Taoist Xiao has actually entered the middle of the 4th grade origin energy? Hai Hongzi was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua up and down in disbelief. He said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist with such strength, how come this old man doesn't know anything about it? This Xiao has always been in secluded meditation. I didn't want to attract the attention of a Confucian cultivator." Xiao Hua had already thought of an excuse. Moreover, previously I had a big battle with a Confucian cultivator. My cultivation has only just recovered. It would be strange if fellow Taoist Hai Hongzi knew about it. So that's how it is. I understand. Hai Hongzi laughed. He looked at Taoist Yuan Qing and said, "It seems that fellow Taoist Xiao and fellow Taoist Yuan Qing are both thinking about taking action. Don't mention this old man." Taoist Yuan Qing hurriedly waved his hand. This old man is not interested in the imperial preceptor's lot. However, when he said that, Taoist Yuan Qing's face became somewhat unnatural. He looked at Hong Songzi, but Hong Songzi said with a smile, "It's nothing." Since fellow Taoist Xiao came to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, whether it's for the imperial preceptor's lot or for other reasons, he's still a member of our Tao sect. Moreover, when we saw fellow Taoist Xiao, we had a feeling that he was an old friend. This is also fate. Since we're going to ask for help, we naturally have to ask for a virtuous cultivator like fellow Taoist Xiao. Hearing this, how could Xiao Hua not know? He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This Xiao doesn't dare to call himself a virtuous cultivator. However, this Xiao can tell you all that this Xiao's purpose is the imperial preceptor's lot. This Xiao isn't interested in any other treasures." Hai Hongzi heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to say it so early. The imperial preceptor's lot isn't that rare. There's only one chance every 10 years. It's only a matter of time before nascent soul cultivators like you and me get the imperial preceptor's lot. However, this treasure isn't available every time." "What do you mean, fellow Taoist Hai Hongzi?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. However, Hong Songzi looked at the 3 golden core cultivators behind Xiao Hua and said, "We still don't know if this matter is true or not. We're just discussing it. We'll have an answer at Taoist Hua does banquet. It won't be too late for me to tell you then." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, these 3, are they your disciples?" "Oh, they're not this old man's disciples," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "We met them on the road. Since it's fate, we'll bring them along. If fellow Taoist feels it's inconvenient, this old man will let them return." "That won't be necessary. I also want to bring a few disciples. There's no harm in bringing them along." Hong Songzi waved his hand and transmitted a few words to the people below. From the palace below him, a dozen golden core cultivators flew out. When these cultivators arrived in front of Xiao Hua, they all bowed and greeted him, saying that they had seen Senior Xiao. Xiao Hua waved his hand in return. Chang Yu and the others also hurried over to greet him. The 2 groups of cultivators cooperated and flew towards the Yaotai Mountains cave under Hong Songzi's lead. Seeing that Hong Songzi had already passed the area where the palace was located and was about to enter the cave, Xiao Hua was puzzled. He thought to himself, could it be that this so-called Taoist Huada is in the cave's quiet room? However, when he followed Hong Songzi into the cave, they kept flying inside and passed by a lot of quiet rooms. At the same time, more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators flew out of the quiet rooms and nodded slightly to Xiao Hua and the others before flying in the same direction. Xiao Hua knew that his thoughts weren't wrong. However, when he flew into the depths of the cave, he saw a huge palace door open. In front of the palace door stood a lot of boys welcoming guests. He knew that he still underestimated this Taoist Huada. He actually had an immortal's cave in the Yaodai Mountain that was different from the others. Xiao Hua and the others landed in front of the palace door. Naturally, a boy hurriedly came forward and bowed to greet them. After asking for their names, he immediately led them into the palace. The palace was huge, similar to the immortal's cave of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Now, thick candles were hung all over the palace, brightening the entire palace. The palace's layout could be considered exquisite. Various kinds of curtains were hung between the walls and the pillars. The fist-sized pearls on them shone brightly under the candles. However, even Xiao Hua, a cultivator who didn't pay attention to luxury, felt that although this palace was much more luxurious than the palaces outside, it still didn't match Taoist Huada's identity as a nascent soul cultivator. There were a lot of jade tables placed in the palace. Although they seemed somewhat disorderly they were very orderly. No matter which jade table the cultivators sat on, they would feel that they were very close to the jade table at the head. There wasn't any feeling of favoritism. At this moment, there were a lot of cultivators sitting inside the palace. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, some were thin, some had white hair, some were drooping, and so on. When these cultivators saw Hong Songzi and the others come in, they naturally swept out their divine senses. However, when they saw their faces and cultivations, they withdrew them. Xiao Hua now looked like a middle nascent soul cultivator. He wasn't particularly conspicuous among this group of nascent soul cultivators. When Xiao Hua entered the main hall, he naturally looked towards the head of the palace. He saw that behind the jade table, there was a boy who wasn't more than 5 feet tall, sitting upright. This boy's face was slightly red, and there was a pitch-black flame pattern flickering between his eyebrows. It somewhat resonated with the flickering golden light of the Taoist robe on his body. Moreover, the golden light on the Taoist robe was like a scorching flame, forming a faint layer of distortion around the boy's body. Looking at it with the naked eye, the boy seemed to be in another void. Good. Xiao Hua secretly stuck out his tongue. This is probably Taoist Huada. To be able to cultivate true fire to such a degree, he's really amazing. Chapter 3584. Huada Jinren closed his eyes and sat there quietly. There wasn't much noise in the palace. There were only whispers. Most of them were transmitting their voices through telepathy. Hong Songzi followed the boy who led the way to the side of a large pillar and sat down. Xiao Hua and the others also sat down on the side under the arrangement of the boy standing by the side. Chong Yu and the others were led by the boy to another part of the palace to sit down. Xiao Hua sat down and looked around. The cultivators who had opened their eyes slightly nodded their heads. As for the cultivators who were whispering to each other, they continued to whisper about something and ignored Xiao Hua. Thus, Xiao Hua asked Hong Songzi a few questions and immediately closed his eyes. He slowly comprehended the cultivation method of scattered nascent soul in his mind. This cultivation method was not only useful for Xian Songzi, but Xiao Hua also faintly felt that he could benefit a lot from it. After half an hour, a bell rang. Not far behind Huda Daoist, a boy with a small hammer hit a fiery red bell that was half a head taller than him. Along with the sound of the bell, the entire palace became silent. Everyone looked up at Daoist Huda. Of course, the instant the boy's hammer landed on the big bell, the Daoist opened his eyes. 2 scorching flames flashed out from Huda Daoist's eyes, and then they turned into sparks and disappeared. Huda Daoist's 1 red and 1 black eyes slightly turned, and he looked at all the cultivators in the hall. When his gaze landed on Xiao Hua, an indescribable scorching heat came from Xiao Hua's skin, as if Huda Daoist's eyes were releasing true fire. Fellow Taoists, please. Taoist Huda withdrew his gaze, and his eyes returned to their original pitch-black color. He immediately raised his hand and cupped his fist. Thank you for thinking so highly of this old man. After receiving the invitation, you all came to this old man's place for a banquet. Thank you, Taoist Huda, for giving us this banquet. The cultivators said in unison. Their voices caused the candles in the palace to rapidly flicker. Taoist Huda laughed and clapped his hands. Every time I hear the voices of so many fellow Taoists, this old man is happy from the bottom of my heart. The rise of my Tao sect is on the shoulders of all of you fellow Taoists. The fire seed of my Tao sect is also in your hearts. Come, bring wine to all of you fellow Taoists. Following Huda Jinren's command, the jade table in front of everyone flashed with a lotus-like flame. Within the flame, a sapling raised its head. In just a moment, the sapling grew more than 2 feet above the jade table. At this moment, a strong wind blew through the entire hall. The sapling swayed in the wind. Every time it swayed, a branch would grow out from the sapling. In just a moment, the sapling had turned into several branches, and on each branch was a fist-sized bud that was about to bloom. Fellow Taoists, this is my leaf fire fruit, a specialty of the Leaf Fire Nation. There's also dry fire wine. Please have a taste. Following Taoist Huoda's voice, the flower buds slowly opened to reveal fiery red fruits the size of dates and jade pots the size of fists. Looking at the dates in front of him, Xiaohua was slightly absent-minded. His gaze was also somewhat wandering. Yes, the last time he participated in the Nascent Soul Wine Party, it was in Haoming City. That was the wine party of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. The 3 of them looked very ugly, and their behavior was especially protective. Thinking about how the 3 elders forced him that day and Shue's loyalty, and then thinking about how the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain and Shui were no longer in this world after more than 100 years, Xiaohua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Taoist Huoda's voice was slightly boastful. Not only because he was able to hold such a banquet in this temporary cave, but also because there were only a handful of nascent soul cultivators below the level of Confucian on the hidden immortal continent. Not to mention, these spirit fruits and spirit wine were rare in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. How could Taoist Huoda take out so much at once? Seeing the strange expressions in the eyes of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators, whether it was surprise, jealousy, or greed, Taoist Huoda was very happy. However, when Huoda the Taoist waved his hand in the air and flames flickered in his hand, a fiery red jade cup appeared. Inside, a cluster of crimson flames mixed with a black flame flew out. Huoda Taoist looked around and was about to speak when he happened to see Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was clearly different from the others, but Huoda Taoist didn't care. There were many cultivators who were absent-minded today, so he didn't care about Xiaohua. Fellow cultivators, Taoist Huoda withdrew his gaze and looked at the jade cup in his hand. He raised his voice. The last time I came to Yaodai Mountain was 1,000 years ago. I still remember that there was snow on that day. It was as big as a banquet. I stepped on the snow to come here. Fellow cultivators thought highly of me and waited in the snow. I was moved. When I saw Grandmaster Kong Hongwu, I bluntly told him that the Taoist cultivators and Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent had coexisted for thousands of years. Although all kinds of estrangement in the ancient times caused the current situation, this situation couldn't last long. Our common enemy was the Buddhist sect. Taoist and Confucian cultivators should be friends. Brothers. This so-called Yaodai Mountain gathering actually didn't need to exist. The drawing of the state preceptor every 10 years was simply meaningless. Grandmaster Kong's face was a shame. Although he didn't say anything in front of everyone, he privately held my hand and said, "Fellow immortal Huoda, everything is understood without words. Senior and fellow immortal are close friends." This old guy actually showed off in front of me and called himself a senior. But this old guy really has a good appearance. I can't compare with him. After that day, beyond my expectation, there were more than 400 state preceptors' lots in the Yaodai Mountain gathering. Although Grandmaster Kong didn't say anything, I faintly felt it in my heart. Senior Huoda, a Yuaning cultivator who was a little closer to Taoist Huoda, stood up and bowed. He said, "I know about the Yaodai Mountain gathering 1,000 years ago. At that time, I was still a Jinan cultivator and also came to Yaodai Mountain to join the fun. I know that in the previous Yaodai Mountain gathering, the number of the state preceptors' lots was at most 200, but I didn't expect that it suddenly increased to 400. I was really excited at that time. To tell you the truth, I didn't intend to participate in that year. But I couldn't resist the temptation of the state preceptors' lots and rushed to Yaodai Mountain to try my luck. Unfortunately, my cultivation was too shallow and I didn't gain anything in the end. But it wasn't until now that I knew the reason was actually senior. Senior. Alas, I don't know what words to use to express my inner excitement. Come, fellow cultivators, let's all get up and toast Taoist Huoda on behalf of the Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. We thank him for speaking up for us and for his efforts for our Taoist sects." That Yuaning cultivator raised his cup. The other Yuaning cultivators and the Jindan cultivators in the distance all got up and said in unison, "We thank Taoist Huoda." This first cup of wine was originally for all of you, but I didn't expect that my words would reveal some secrets. Taoist Huoda's small face was smiling like a flower. He raised his wine cup and twirled it. Good. In that case, thank you, fellow cultivators. Please, today. Speaking up to here, Taoist Huoda's brows slightly wrinkled. His gaze paused at the place where Xiao Hua was sitting and immediately moved away. He continued, "It's rare for us to gather together. We must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. After the banquet, we'll take a rest. This old man has brought a lot of good things, which will certainly satisfy all of you fellow cultivators." Fellow cultivator Xiao? Xiao Hua was originally sitting not far behind Hong Songzi and the others. He was somewhat absent-minded. Taoist Yuan Qing and the others naturally didn't notice. Seeing Taoist Huoda's obvious frown, how could they not understand? They hurriedly turned their heads and immediately saw Xiao Hua sitting upright behind the jade table and looking at the flaming wine cup. Oh! Xiao Hua was only stunned for a moment. His mind entered the dark side of the space to look at Hong Songzi. Hearing Hong Songzi's call, he immediately woke up. Looking at the surrounding cultivators standing up, he bitterly smiled and waved his hand. The wine cup fell into his hand. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. That originally crimson jade wine cup touched Xiao Hua's palm and suddenly turned into nothingness. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand to grab the cup, but unexpectedly grabbed nothing. An unknown Yuanian cultivator next to him sneered and said loudly, "Many thanks for Taoist Huoda's wine. I'm also looking forward to the transaction after the banquet." To Taoist Huoda. When that cultivator took the lead, the others all raised their cups and looked at Taoist Huoda. Taoist Huoda smiled and opened his mouth. A wisp of fire flew out from the wine cup. The fire sparkled in the air with a crimson brilliance. There was actually a faint shadow of a firebird. It flapped its wings a few times and flew into Taoist Huoda's mouth. The red light on Taoist Huoda's face flashed. When his eyes opened and closed, a wisp of fire also appeared. Immediately after, Taoist Huoda smiled and tilted the jade cup in his hand forward. The jade cup was empty. Seeing Taoist Huoda drink it in one gulp, everyone raised their cups or drank it in front of their mouths. Only Xiao Hua stood there with a faint smile on his face and watched the others drink. Whether it was Hong Songzi or Taoist Yu Qing, there was helplessness in their eyes. They wanted to help Xiao Hua out of the embarrassment, but in front of Taoist Huoda, they didn't dare to. They could only smile apologetically at Xiao Hua and raise their cups to drink. However, Hai Hongzi shook his head slightly. He had already excluded Xiao Hua from the scope of cooperation. After all, today Xiao Hua offended Taoist Huoda because of a small detail. From this detail, Hai Hongzi could see clearly that Taoist Huoda was not very broad-minded. He might even seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Although Xiao Hua's strength was similar to his, or even a little stronger compared with Taoist Huoda, he was not just a little bit weaker. After all, one was in the middle stage of Yuanying, and the other was in the late stage of Yuanying. In particular, Taoist Huoda had a very good relationship with the Confucian cultivator. This time, he was invited by the Confucian cultivator. Since Xiao Hua was going to participate in the Yaotai gathering, it was inevitable that he would fall into the hands of Taoist Huoda. If he was mixed with Xiao Hua, it was really unwise. Chapter 3585. Hai Hongzi drank a cup of spirit wine along with everyone else. He felt a pure fire elemental energy of heaven and earth suddenly emerge from his stomach and rush straight to his head. Hai Hongzi was overjoyed. He didn't dare to neglect it. Without waiting to sit down cross-legged, he immediately used his cultivation method to refine the fire elemental energy of heaven and earth. At his level of cultivation, ordinary spirit wine could only be used for entertainment. He didn't expect this leaf fire spirit wine to have such an effect. Tisk. After a while, another nascent soul cultivator sighed with emotion like Hai Hongzi. Fellow Taoist Huoda, I have long heard of the leaf fire spirit wine's effect, but I never had the chance to taste it. I didn't expect to encounter it on Yaotai Mountain. To think that fellow Taoist actually let us drink this kind of spirit wine. Alas, this kind of extravagance. I'm afraid only Huda Zhenren on the hidden immortal continent can do it. Xiao Hua still stood there quietly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He looked at the cultivator, who spoke with interest. This cultivator's expression, indeed, looked very emotional. He didn't have the kind of flattery that he imagined. Looking at the cultivators around him, he waved his hand and picked up a second cup of wine. Some raised their cups to Huda Zhenren, while others drank it in one gulp. They simply ignored Huda Zhenren. Thinking back to when Chang Yu and the others were drinking and eating in his palace, Xiao Hua somewhat understood that the life of Taoist cultivators below Confucian cultivation was indeed difficult. Fellow Taoist Xian Pu's words are too exaggerated. Huda Zhenren laughed. I'm only at the upper fourth level of elemental energy. There are many Taoist seniors above me. They are much more powerful than me. Fellow Taoist Huda's words are wrong again. I'm not talking about powerful strength. The cultivator named Xian Pu shook his head. There are Taoist seniors on the hidden immortal continent. I've heard of many of them. How many of them would stand up for our Taoist cultivators? Now, how many people are as righteous, benevolent, and righteous as fellow Taoist? Huda Zhenren smiled. He felt very happy in his heart, but he hurriedly waved his hand. Xian Pu Zhenren is the one who is wrong. I don't know what the seniors have done. How can I compare with them? Mali Fire Spirit Wine is just rich in elemental energy, but the wine's effect is not strong. How can you get drunk before drinking it? That's right, Taoist Master Xuanpu is really drunk. On the other side of Taoist Huda, another cultivator with an ancient face said, although our Tao sect is in decline, over the years, many of our seniors have died at the hands of Confucian cultivators in order to revive our Tao sect. Fellow Taoist Huda is indeed chivalrous, but compared to these seniors, you're still lacking. When Huda Zhenren heard this, his expression changed drastically. Although this cultivator had compared him to the senior cultivators of the Tao sect, it didn't seem inappropriate. Furthermore, he was only at the upper stage of the 4th grade of Essence Force. Compared to the 5th and 6th grade of Essence Force, he was indeed much weaker. However, everyone knew that he was on good terms with the Confucian cultivator, and he had even shown off just now. Now, that cultivator actually talked about the death of a Taoist senior. Wasn't he clearly not giving him any face? Would he say that he was a lackey of the Confucian cultivators? You? Who are you? Taoist Huda naturally wouldn't speak. Taoist Master Xuanpu frowned and asked, then turned to Taoist Huda, thinking that he would recognize this person. This old man is Taoist Master Qing Su, a nameless person. The cultivator's tone was still indifferent. I'm currently residing in Yong Province's Great Song Mountain. I'm merely a carefree person with no connection to the Confucian cultivators. It's no wonder that you two fellow Taoists don't recognize me. Taoist Huda's expression froze, and the flames around his body flickered. He asked with a cold voice, Taoist Master Qing Su, what do you mean by no connection to the Confucian cultivators? Could it be that this old man is wrong in asking for the death of a Tao sect disciple? Could it be that all the Tao sect cultivators under the heavens can't associate with the Confucian cultivators? At this moment, everyone had already noticed this, and many of them put down their wine cups. Xiao Hua looked at the 3 people in the distance and faintly smiled. He very naturally sat down. Although there was some spirit wine and spirit fruits in front of him, he didn't even look at them and only raised his head thoughtfully. Seeing someone sit down, the nearby people also sat down. The previously noisy cave suddenly became quiet. Even the children brought by Taoist Huda in the distance were stunned and somewhat at a loss. Taoist Master Qing Su looked around and very calmly raised the wine cup in his hand. He said with a smile, fellow Taoists, this old man's words actually don't mean anything. Whether it is fellow Taoist Huda, fellow Taoists, or even the Tao sect ancestors this old man spoke of, they're all Tao sect disciples. The identity of Tao sect disciples in the hidden immortal continent is very awkward. Fellow Taoists, if you want to cultivate further, you have to take charge of country. Perhaps you didn't care about the imperial teacher's lot, but you also came here for the scattered treasures of the Yaotai Mountain. Don't forget not to mention the imperial teacher's lot. Even these treasures were all given by the Confucian cultivators. If it weren't for the Confucian cultivators' coercion, would our Tao sect cultivators be like this? Of course, fellow Taoist, what Tao's heart to protect our Tao sect disciples is obvious to all. This old man also admires you in my heart. This old man just means to remind fellow Taoists that those who are given alms will never be able to stand on their own feet. Those who are raised in captivity will never be able to fly high. When we are struggling at death's door, don't forget that these miserable years were exchanged by our Tao sect ancestors with their lives, blood, and forceful means. The entire cave was silent. No one knew how to respond. Come, fellow Taoists. Today we borrow fellow Taoist Huida's wine to worship the ancestors of Tao sect. Worship the ancestors who were not afraid of oppression for the rise of our Tao sect. Taoist Master Qing Su raised his hand and drank the spirit wine. Then he threw the wine cup on the ground and laughed. Alas, it's a joke that there are thousands of people in this cave. The Tao sect has no lofty aspirations, no hot blood in their hearts. What about the nascent soul in their chests? This old man disdains to be associated with them. With that, Taoist Master Qing Su turned into a green rainbow and rushed out of the cave. Taoist Huida's face changed greatly. Taoist Xuanpu's face changed greatly. Even Xiao Hua and the others' faces changed greatly. Everyone knew that this was Yaotai Mountain, the location of the Yaotai meeting. Although there were Tao sect disciples in this cave, who knew if there were any Confucian spies. Even Xiao Hua, who could erect a blood steel in the Bronze Pillar country, would have to think twice before personally declaring that he wanted to open the Fortune Gate and establish the Tao Gate. Stop! Taoist Xuanpu was shocked. He waved his hand and was about to scold Taoist Master Qing Su. However, Taoist Huida raised his head and a faint ring of fire rushed into the air and blocked Taoist Xuanpu's spell. He shook his head slightly and said, "Let him go. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to force them. This old man has a clear conscience and can face the Tao sect ancestors directly. I don't care what others say." But Taoist Xuanpu slightly bit his lips. He still wanted to say something, but swallowed it back down. He slowly sat down and waved his hand. A fiery date fell into his hand and took a bite. He closed his eyes and tasted it. Fellow Taoists, Taoist Huida looked around and said with a smile, "There's no need to pay attention to him. This old man has encountered countless misunderstandings in the past thousands of years. Today's misunderstandings don't make a difference. Don't let this unpleasant matter disturb everyone's mood." "That's right," Senior Huida said. "There's no need to pay attention to others. This fellow Taoist is probably jealous of Senior's friends all over the world." A golden core cultivator in the distance actually stood up and shouted, "Many thanks, many thanks." Taoist Huida actually expressed his thanks and nodded slightly to that golden core cultivator. Immediately, some tactful cultivators stood up and toasted him. There were also some cultivators who whispered. Before long, the unpleasant matter at the beginning of the banquet was almost forgotten. Fellow Taoist Xiao was a bit reckless earlier. Seeing that Taoist Huida didn't notice the commotion in the cave, Hong Songzi whispered to Xiao Hua, "Even if fellow Taoist doesn't like Taoist Huida, you still have to give him face." Fortunately, there was Taoist Qing Su's disturbance. Otherwise, Taoist Huida would really remember fellow Taoist. How about this? When we're free later, we'll go toast Taoist Huida as an apology. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded slightly. Today, he was the one who was rude first. Toasting with him was nothing. Unfortunately, Hong Songzi and Xiao Hua still didn't expect that before they started to move, Taoist Huida's side moved again. They heard a slightly fat cultivator say, "Fellow Taoist Huida, you haven't come here for 1,000 years. This old man also hasn't seen fellow Taoist for several hundred years." We've endured humiliation for so many years, and the younger generation of Hidden Immortal Continent has also risen. To be honest, not to mention the Golden Core disciples who came to this banquet today, I'm also not familiar with many of these nascent soul cultivators. Why don't we let them report their names one by one? First, everyone knows each other. Second, it'll be easier to take care of each other in the future. Good. Taoist would have nodded and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Jinsu is right. Although this old man has sent an invitation, as long as you're a nascent soul cultivator of my Tao sect, you can come to the banquet. Since everyone is a Tao sect disciple, it's reasonable to know each other. With that, Taoist would raise his head with a smile, but the direction he was looking at was not Xiaohua. Junior Zhang Cheng, from the Chuyin Pavilion in Yin Province. I just had a baby 200 years ago. Now, my Taoist name is Zhi Qingzi. Following Taoist Huodai's gaze, a very handsome cultivator stood up, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and said respectfully, that year, Junior also met Senior Huodai on Yaotai Mountain. I was also deeply impressed by Senior's demeanor. Now that Junior has also cultivated to the nascent soul stage, I dare not say what I can do for my Tao sect. I only hope that Junior can be lucky enough to win the lot of the state preceptor and open a paradise for my Tao sect disciples. Junior salutes Senior Huodai. With that, Zhi Qingzi raised his glass and drank it. Good. The old man is very happy that the little boy has become a great talent. Taoist Huodai was overjoyed. He raised his glass and drank it, and said, this old man also wishes you success and become a pillar of my Tao sect. Chapter 3586. Soon after, a few nascent soul cultivators stood up and respectfully reported their names. They complimented Taoist Huodai and offered him a cup of spirit wine. Taoist Huodai seemed to be very happy and didn't refuse anyone. He downed all the cups in one go. After a few cups, Fire Virtue Taoist's face was slightly red, as if he couldn't handle the alcohol. When Fire Virtue Taoist's gaze fell on Xiaohua, his eyes showed a trace of a smile. He unexpectedly raised his hand and asked, fellow Taoist, you really look unfamiliar. May I know which cave you're cultivating in? I am Xiaohua. Xiaohua stood up and said, I'm currently cultivating in Yu Province's Black Wind Ridge. Yu Province? Fire Virtue Taoist slightly tilted his head and frowned. I don't have many opportunities to go to Yu Province. I remember that 600 years ago, I was invited by fellow Taoist Zhenhong to his Fish Sword Cave. At that time, fellow Taoist Zhenhong also invited fellow Taoists to Yu Province to welcome me. I don't seem to have seen fellow Taoists before. And indeed, Xiaohua nodded. I've also never seen fellow Taoist Huodai. After saying that, Xiaohua was about to sit down. And the fat nascent soul cultivator frowned and said unhappily, Xiaohua, fellow Taoist Huodai is guiding the younger generation. Although you're not familiar with fellow Taoist Huodai, now that you've met him, it's inevitable that you won't have time to rely on fellow Taoist Huodai in the future. Since you're here, there's no reason not to toast fellow Taoist Huodai, right? Others have already toasted, but you didn't. Not to mention that your etiquette is not complete. How will others see you? Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the table in front of him. He asked, then fellow Taoist, please help me see which cup of wine I should toast. Naturally, it's the wine of apology. The cultivator next to him was unhappy, as if he was covering for Xiaohua. He said, others all have one cup. You can toast 3 cups. It's also an apology for your rudeness. He, fellow Taoist Xiao, Hong Songzi, who was at the side, hurriedly took his wine cup and jade pot, and said with a smile, you're not familiar with the other fellow Taoists, so how about this humble Taoist toast with you? Xiaohua was also unable to discern the true intentions of that slightly plump cultivator. However, since Hong Songzi had stood up, it wouldn't be good for him to embarrass him. He nodded and said, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist. With that, Xiaohua was about to leave, but at this moment, Taoist Huodai let out a cold snort. The entire cave became a lot colder. He slowly said, This old man naturally dares to drink other people's wine. However, this old man doesn't dare to drink fellow immortal Zhao's wine. Fellow immortal? Taoist Hua Da's words shocked all the cultivators attending the banquet. After all, Taoist cultivators usually addressed each other as fellow Taoist. Fellow immortal was usually addressed by Confucian cultivators, Taoist cultivators, or Buddhist cultivators. Could it be that this Xiao Hua isn't a Tao cultivator? In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with resentment. All of their divine senses swept towards Xiao Hua, as if they wanted to see through Xiao Hua's true colors. Xiao Hua was stunned. He raised his head and stared at Taoist Huada for a moment. He frowned and said, Taoist Huada, what do you mean by this? Nothing. Taoist Huada raised his hand and poured another mouthful of dark red wine into his mouth. His slightly red face became even redder. Taoist Huada opened his mouth and blew out a small flame. He let out a long breath and said, Although this old man rarely goes to Yu Province, I'm quite familiar with Yuzhou's nascent soul cultivators and late gold core cultivators. After fellow Taoist Zhen Hong died, he sent this old man a secret talisman and mentioned the methods of Confucian cultivators. He suspected that the Immortal Palace was training Taoist cultivators somewhere in Yu Province. This plan has been carried out for tens of thousands of years, but for various reasons, it hasn't been successful. After this old man received the secret talisman, I investigated it but couldn't find anything. However, after seeing fellow Immortal Xiao today, this old man suddenly became vigilant. He's a Confucian cultivator spy? Several people near Xiao Hua were shocked. Even Hong Songzi and Taoist Yuanqing's expression changed. Several people hurriedly retreated, as if they were afraid of coming into contact with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered, The hidden immortal continent is vast. Yu Province is one of the 9 provinces. There are many cultivators in Yu Province. Do you know them all? Have you seen Taoist Master Qing Su from before? At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know what Taoist Huada was thinking? Taoist Hua didn't care about his earliest rudeness. After all, this was Taoist Huada's banquet. No matter what, he had to have a bearing. Taoist Master Qing Su didn't care about Taoist Huada's face and revealed some secrets. Moreover, these secrets seemed to be true. It was inconvenient for Taoist Huada to make a move. He didn't even have the ability to stop Taoist Master Qing Su from leaving. Taoist Huada's face and prestige had been damaged a lot. Although no one would talk loudly at this banquet, there would be sound transmissions. Afterwards, discussions and rumors would appear. This had an extremely bad influence on Taoist Huada. If Taoist Huada wanted to save this face, he had to do it before the banquet. Xiao Hua, this originally indifferent and impolite cultivator, became the target of Taoist Huada to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As for Taoist Huada's blushing face, perhaps it was a kind of backup plan. If Xiao Hua had some background, he could use drunkenness as a cover. Others might somewhat understand, but Taoist Huada's words were very reasonable. Looking at the cultivators in the Immortal's cave, which one of them didn't call their friends? Which one of them didn't greet the cultivators in the Immortal's cave? Which one of them sat down and stared blankly like Xiao Hua? Even Hong Songzi was very hesitant at this time. He was also suspicious. Xiao Hua was a gentleman. Naturally, he wouldn't point out Taoist Huada's filthy heart in front of everyone. He could only beat around the bush and point out Taoist Master Qing Su, telling Taoist Huada not to bully people too much. Unfortunately, Taoist Huada sneered. A little junior dares to climb up to a late Yuanying stage senior? That Taoist Master Qing Su is one step away from the 5th level of Yuanqi. How could he be a Confucian cultivator spy? You have no background. It's like you jumped out of a stone. If I don't suspect you, how can I suspect Taoist Master Qing Su? Taoist Yu Feng, you're the state preceptor of Liao State in Yu Province. You should be familiar with all the Taoist cultivators in Yu Province. Have you seen this Xiao Hua, or have you heard of him? Following Taoist Huada's greeting, A thin, early Yuanying stage cultivator hastily stood up. He looked Xiao Hua up and down, then shook his head and said, "The Taoist cultivators in my Yu province can't compare to other provinces. We've always been very few. When Senior Jinhong was alive, there were only 37 Yuanying cultivators. After Senior Jinhong fell, there were only 36. I was the youngest. I have never heard of him. Moreover, in the past 300 years, there hasn't been a Taoist cultivator's celestial phenomenon of pregnancy. This Xiao Hua, I have indeed never seen him before. What else do you have to say?" Taoist Hua said with a smile. "Although I'm very familiar with the Confucian cultivator Kong Han Wu, it's also an improper scheme. I've endured humiliation for the sake of my Confucian cultivator. How can I be like you? Although I'm a Taoist cultivator, my heart is that of a Confucian cultivator." Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes. He looked at Taoist Huda and then at the so-called Taoist Yufeng. He said faintly, "Taoist Huda, others might be interested in what you're thinking, but I don't want to know. I'm thinking, you don't know, and you can't possibly know. With your background, I'm afraid everyone knows what I'm thinking. If I were a Confucian cultivator, you would have already made your move, right? Why say so much? Oh, I'm wrong. If I were a Confucian cultivator, you would have already licked my toes." Bastard! Taoist Huda was furious. The flames around his body flourished, and a late nascent soul cultivator's pressure soared into the sky. In particular, a nascent soul hand that was several zhang in size slapped out from the top of Taoist Huda's head. The nascent soul hand was as solid as jade, and within it, there were faint traces of fire. As soon as it appeared, it carried a pressure that enveloped Xiao Hua for several zhang. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the hesitant Hong Songzi, Taoist Yuan Qing, and the other nascent soul cultivators were all trembling. Several early nascent soul cultivators' legs were trembling, and they hurriedly released their pressure to resist with all their might. Xiao Hua's eyes also flashed with flames. The instant the flames around Taoist Huoda's body flickered, Xiao Hua's heart was slightly moved. He was currently cultivating the 5 Qis unifications, and the crimson heart of heaven corresponded to the fire Qi. A cultivator's heart contained fire. Xiao Hua also experienced the test of the fire Qi in the 5 brocade cloud painting. If Xiao Hua stimulated the fire Qi at this moment, and then attacked with external fire, Xiao Hua could imagine Taoist Huoda's sorry state. Xiao Hua even believed that his pincer attack would cause Taoist Huoda to burn himself. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. Xiao Hua's use of a Confucian cultivator's technique would make him lose his tongue. Moreover, Taoist Huoda was a Taoist nascent soul cultivator. If he killed Taoist Huoda in front of everyone, it would be breaking off relations with the Taoist sect. How could Xiao Hua do that? Thus, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and slapped his hand on top of his head. Boom! Like a surging tide, a pressure comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator was born. At the same time, a golden hand similar in size to Taoist Huoda's nascent soul cultivator's hand appeared out of thin air. It really grabbed the incoming fiery nascent soul cultivator's hand. Ah! All the cultivators were stunned. In a moment of astonishment, everyone immediately released their pressure and formed hand seals to prepare to protect themselves. However, they were still too slow. Boom! With a loud sound, the pressure of the 2 cultivators collided first. A huge whirlwind was born from the void. All of a sudden, the table and other things between Xiao Hua and Taoist Huoda were swept up. A few cultivators who were caught off guard were also swept up. Not only once. Rumble! Like a thunderclap, the 2 big hands above the whirlwind clasped together. The fiery hand that made the cultivators feel unparalleled in the world first shone brilliantly, then trembled rapidly. In just a few breaths, it was immediately crushed. It turned into hundreds of firebirds scattered in the air. How is this possible? A group of early nascent soul and mid-nascent soul cultivators in the distance turned pale with fright. The sign of a nascent soul cultivator's defeat is collapse. How could it be crushed? Unless the opponent's strength is far beyond. Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 3587. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the majestic Xiao Hua who was floating in the air. This, Pooh, fire virtue Taoist, was even more shocked. When the pressure collided, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His nascent soul trembled slightly. When a powerful magic power surged over, without waiting for him to activate his magic power, that magic power had already crushed his nascent soul's hand. Under the backlash of the magic power, a mouthful of essence blood flowed up. I am Taoist Master Xiao. How can you tame my foundation? Erecting a blood steel in Seven Suns Temple, killing State Preceptor in Black Wind Ridge, killing Prime Minister's father in front of Jade Mountain. If you weren't a friend of Taoist, would you have already offered your head as a sacrifice? Xiao Hua arrogantly flew into the air. His gaze was like a knife, sweeping past fire virtue Taoist. Then, without turning into a rainbow, he slowly flew out. Xiao Hua flew extremely slowly, but his aura was like a rainbow. Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators were dumbfounded, not daring to speak. Even fire virtue Taoist's gaze flickered. Although his natal magic treasure and nascent soul were already prepared, he still didn't dare to move. That move of Xiao Hua's earlier had truly intimidated him. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hua was at the upper stage of the 4th grade of Essence Energy and had the strength of the lower stage of the 5th grade of Essence Energy, how could he possibly injure him in one move? He couldn't be sure if Xiao Hua would still be able to keep his life after he used his magic treasure. Taoist Master Xiao Hua. I know it's Xiao Hua. Bronze Pillar states Xiao Hua. Taoist Master Yufeng, who had long been hiding in the distance, suddenly seemed to wake up. He cried out ecstatically, "The world's Taoist sect have long declined. Today, the hidden immortal Taoist gate opens. With me, Xiao Hua. In the world, you dare to let your disciples be bullied?" Such arrogant words are actually true. Could it be? Bronze Pillar states State Preceptor and Prime Minister's father were killed by you? Unfortunately, why would Xiao Hua care about them? His figure flew out of the cave and disappeared. Xiao, fellow Taoist Xiao. Hong Songzi called out, but he hesitated again. If he were to chase after Xiao Hua now, he would be going against Taoist Huoda. He knew Taoist Huoda inside out, but he wasn't particularly familiar with Xiao Hua. Hong Songzi was helpless. He looked at Taoist Yuanqing. The two of them exchanged glances, then sat back down. They had brought Xiao Hua here, so Taoist Huoda would definitely ask about it. They could only wait and see. Taoist Master Yufeng, what's going on with this Xiao Hua? Hong Songzi and the others were afraid of Huoda Junren. Naturally, they were not afraid of Huoda Junren. Taoist Master Yufeng was somewhat proud and somewhat regretful. He glanced at Taoist Master Huoda, then at the several cultivators who were questioning him. Not daring to offend anyone, he could only smile apologetically and say, "Fellow Taoists, it's actually just some rumors. I can't be sure, so I didn't think of it earlier. The world's Taoist sects have long declined. Today, the hidden immortal Taoist gate opens. With me, Xiao Hua. In this world, you dare to let your disciples be bullied?" A cultivator with a grave and stern expression said coldly, "Your tone is too big. Even a 7th-level Essence Energy cultivator wouldn't dare to say such a thing. This guy actually dares to talk nonsense?" Speaking up to hear, that cultivator's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He shouted loudly, "However, I like it. Damn it. How come I didn't think of such a good word? Come, old brother Yifeng, let's drink a big cup of wine." Taoist Master Chu is in a good mood. This old man will accompany you in a cup. This Xiao Hua is called Taoist Master Xiao. His arrogance is actually on par with yours. That cultivator called Taoist Master Yifeng scooped up his cup and raised his foot to drink with Taoist Master Chu. Unexpectedly, he didn't put Taoist Master Huoda in his eyes. Then he looked at Taoist Master Yufeng. "Yufeng, quickly tell us everything you know. damn it, it's been a long time since I was this happy. Yes, 2 seniors. Taoist Master Yufeng smiled bitterly. In his heart, he somewhat regretted speaking too much just now. At this moment, how could Xiaohua be as arrogant as Taoist Master Chu thought? In his heart, he really was somewhat angry. Ignorant man, Xiaohua was still flying in the air, still cursing himself. You really ruined my important matter. This Xiao still wanted to hide a bit of my cultivation, so as not to let those Confucian cultivators notice. Although the matter of the Copper Pillar State was not small, it was still a matter of the country. Lung Chinga and the others were only at the lower 4th level of essence energy. Even if some high-level Confucian cultivators knew, they wouldn't pay too much attention. I only needed to pass this Jade Pavilion gathering, then accumulate strength. After 10 years, 100 years later, those high-level Confucian cultivators would notice me again. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. But now this damn Taoist master Hua completely messed up. In the future, this Xiao will be hunted down by Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua was somewhat upset. Yes, Xiaohua had been carefully hiding his cultivation since he started refining qi, fearing that something would go wrong. This kind of careful action was related to his temperament of not liking to show off, but also related to his situation being different from other cultivators. After so many years, he had almost gotten used to it. Although he set up a blood steal in the Copper Pillar State, he still planned to quietly develop his power like before, without attracting the attention of others. By the time others noticed, he would have fully grown his wings, and others would no longer be able to make things difficult for him. Unfortunately, the development of the matter had already exceeded his expectations. As early as when he killed Lung Chinga and obtained the 5 Qis unifications, he had already buried a hidden danger. Now, Taoist Master Hua had only uncovered this hidden danger ahead of time. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. After I take the Imperial Teacher sign and return to the Black Cloud Ridge, I'll discuss it with Li Xiang. Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. He could only give up for now. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown out of the Immortal's Cave. Turning his head, he didn't see a single cultivator chasing after him, not even a strand of divine sense. Oomph! Xiaohua sneered, urging his figure to fly out of the cave. After flying for a while, Xiaohua saw many cultivators coming towards him. Some entered secluded rooms, but even more people flew towards a fork in the road. Xiaohua had always kept a respectful distance from the fork in the road. When he flew in earlier, he didn't look at it. Seeing that it was very lively and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it, Xiaohua stood still and beckoned to a gold-core old man. Come here. That gold-core old man was stunned. Although he couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation, he could hear that Xiaohua's tone was somewhat unfriendly. He hurriedly flew over and bowed. Junior Jin Hong greets Senior. Does Senior have any instructions? What's in front? Why is it so lively? Xiaohua pointed at the place Jin Hong wanted to go and asked. Hearing this, Jin Hong hurriedly smiled and said, Reporting to Senior, in front is the trade fair. Today is the last day. If we want to use it when we enter the Jade Mountain 3 days later, we must find it today. Therefore, most of the fellow Taoists have come today. Oh, I know. You can go. Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand, indicating that cultivator to leave. The gold core cultivator bowed and left. Xiaohua looked at the cave in the distance and urged his figure to leave. After all, he didn't lack anything now. Those who came to the Jade Mountain were all gold core and nascent soul cultivators. With their insight, they wouldn't take out something too good for Xiaohua to take advantage of. Xiaohua was too lazy to go over. However, when Xiaohua just flew a few meters, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Taoist Xiao, aren't you going to the trade fair to take a look? Sir, Xiaohua frowned. Standing in the air, he turned his head to look. It was Taoist Qing Su who left Taoist Huada's banquet before him. After seeing clearly, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, It was Taoist Qing Su. I thought Taoist had already left. I didn't expect you to still be here. Taoist Qing Su flew to Xiaohua's side and said with a smile, It's just Taoist Huada, I don't fear him. However, it's good that I didn't leave. Otherwise, how could I see Taoist Xiao defeating Taoist Huda with one palm? Taoist Xiao really hid his strength well. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua smiled. Taoist Huda was angry out of humiliation and wanted to vent his anger on others. I only took the blame for someone else. Ha ha! It's all I's fault. I actually let Taoist Xiao take the blame. Taoist Qing Su laughed heartily. He raised his hand and said, Taoist Xiao, please. We'll go to the trade fair. You pick something and I'll apologize to you. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand. I also feel uncomfortable looking at Taoist Huda. You taught him a good lesson. I just casually taught him a lesson. Hee, Taoist Xiao, do you feel that I's heart isn't sincere enough? Or do you feel that there isn't anything you like in this trade fair? Taoist Qing Su said with a smile. How about I take out my Chinkoan bag? All right. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He thought of something and said with a nod, Since you're so sincere, I'll accompany you. Please. Taoist Qing Su smiled and raised his hand. Xiao Hua followed Taoist Qing Su into the immortal cave. While flying, Taoist Qing Su also withdrew his pressure. The others also looked similar to Xiao Hua. After flying into the immortal cave, Xiao Hua glanced around. The entire immortal cave was a bit smaller than Taoist Huda's. However, the advantage was that the two immortal caves were connected together. It was quite spacious. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the immortal cave. However, these people were still rather sparse. After all, this wasn't a large-scale trade fair. Taoist Xiao, where should we start? Taoist Qing Su asked softly as he saw Xiao Hua land. Xiao Hua casually pointed and said, Let's start from here. Here. Taoist Qing Su was slightly stunned. These are items used by Jindan cultivators, right? Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, please. Taoist Qing Su smiled without saying anything and followed behind Xiao Hua. It was just like the trade fair at midnight in Century City. In just a moment, Taoist Qing Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua was like an old lady buying vegetables in the market. He was interested in everything he saw and would ask about it, but he just didn't buy it. How could he be a 4th-level elemental energy grandmaster? However, Taoist Qing Su couldn't tell whether Xiao Hua was doing it intentionally or not. He could only restrain his temper and accompany him. Unfortunately, after another incense stick of time, Xiao Hua still didn't sell anything. He was really shopping. Chapter 3588. After watching from the side for a long time, Master Qing Su finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Master Xiao, if you're interested, just release your divine sense. Not to mention one stall, even 10 stalls can be seen at once. Why do you have to ask them one by one? If you're not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? Xiao Hua disdained. Indeed, he couldn't happily stroll around the trade fair with Master Qing Su. All right. Master Qing Su nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Hua glanced at Master Qing Su. He also couldn't figure out what this cultivator meant. When Xiao Hua glanced sideways at Taoist Master Qing Su, he saw some jade bottles on the table in front of a golden core cultivator. Below the jade bottles, there were a few joints. These bones couldn't be easily seen by divine sense. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua carefully checked each stall. Fellow Taoist, please. Xiao Hua walked to the cultivator's table and cupped his hands. That golden core cultivator glanced at Xiao Hua and Master Qing Su behind him. He couldn't see through Xiao Hua's cultivation. Xiao Hua's temperament was gentle like jade, making the cultivator feel that his cultivation was similar to his own. However, Master Qing Su beside Xiao Hua was different. Although he couldn't see through his cultivation, Master Qing Su's eyes were like lightning and his aura was like a king. The golden core cultivator immediately felt that Master Qing Su was hiding something. If Master Qing Su was like this, how could Xiao Hua in front of him be inferior? That golden core cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. I don't dare. May I know which item Senior likes? Xiao Hua originally wanted to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Now, this jade bottle didn't need to be looked at. It must be some medicine for injuries. This kind of thing was meaningless to nascent soul cultivators. If Xiao Hua asked again, it would only make it more conspicuous. Forget it. Xiao Hua reached out and pulled the jade bottle away. He picked up the bones below and asked, "Where did you get this thing? How do you want to exchange it?" This thing? The golden core cultivator was stunned, and so was Taoist Master Ching Su. After all, on the golden core cultivator's table, apart from some jade bottles, there were also a few pieces of refining materials. Taoist Master Ching Su did not think that these bones were of any use. The golden core cultivator's face was slightly red as he hurriedly said, "Senior, I picked these up from the reef when I was traveling in the South Sea. When I took out the jade bottle from my small Chinquan bag, I poured them all out and didn't have time to clean them up. If Senior wants it, feel free to take it." "All right." Xiao Hua didn't hold back. With a flip of his hand, his knuckles disappeared. Then, he raised his hand again and took out a jade bottle. He said, "This is the mysterious Een pill. It's the best for consolidating one's spiritual sense. It's suitable for golden core cultivators." Many thanks, Senior." The golden core cultivator was overjoyed. He reached out to receive the jade bottle and stammered his thanks. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If you can tell this old man the location of the reef, that would be even better." Of course. The golden core cultivator hurriedly put away the jade bottle. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade pen and wrote something on it. Then, he respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and nodded. He put away and walked to another place. Spiritual Master Ching Su followed for a while. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Spiritual Master Xiao, what's the use of these bones?" "Nothing," Xiao Hua said indifferently. "This Xiao likes strange things. Who knows if there's some big secret hidden inside?" Spiritual Master Ching Su naturally knew that Xiao Hua wasn't telling the truth. He smacked his lips and was about to ask more when he saw Xiao Hua quicken his pace and rush to another jade table. Xiao Hua's gaze once again fell on a very inconspicuous material. After another half an incense stick's worth of time, Xiao Hua had visited many stalls and bought many things. Taoist Master Ching Su, who was at the side, saw clearly that Xiao Hua was buying things that others didn't want. Even with his own eyes, he couldn't see the purpose of these things. "Damn it, this Xiao Hua is really strange." Spiritual Master Ching Su muttered. "What does he mean? Could it be that these things are all treasures? But why can't this old man see them?" Just as Taoist Master Ching Su was thinking, the cave entrance became noisy again. Xiao Hua and Taoist Master Ching Su turned to look and saw that there were actually quite a few nascent soul cultivators at the entrance of the cave. Their faces were filled with excitement as they walked towards the other side of the cave, while whispering in low voices. "Oh, aren't these cultivators attending the banquet in Spiritual Master Huoda's cave?" Spiritual Master Ching Su asked curiously. "Didn't that guy say that he would hold a trade fair after the banquet?" Xiao Hua sneered. "He wanted to, but I'm afraid he wouldn't have the face to do it again." It's true." Spiritual Master Ching Su laughed. He looked around and suddenly transmitted his voice. "Spiritual Master Xiao, I've been following you for a long time. To be honest, I want to talk to you about something." "Oh, so you want to talk about something?" Xiao Hua smiled and transmitted his voice. "This Xiao thought you were going to pay for this Xiao." Paying the bill is not a problem. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao likes it, this one will definitely buy it." Spiritual Master Ching Su smiled. "What I said earlier also counts. I don't need you to pay for this Xiao." Xiao Hua stopped and looked at Spiritual Master Ching Su. "You only need to answer one, or two questions. If it involves secrets, can I choose not to answer?" "Of course." Xiao Hua nodded. "But rest assured, fellow Taoist, I won't make things difficult for you." "That's good. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Do you know about heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence?" "Heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence." Spiritual Master Ching Su was obviously stunned. He shook his head naturally. I have never heard of it. Oh, then forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This thing was one of the things that Xian Song Zi used to cultivate his scattered soul. Since spiritual master Qing Su didn't know about it, he probably didn't know about the other rare things either. What about the other question? Spiritual master Qing Su was somewhat unwilling and transmitted his voice again. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and smiled. The second question is, where are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence? Spiritual master Qing Su slapped his forehead and laughed. This old man shouldn't have asked. However, what's the use of this thing? Where did fellow Taoist Xiao learn about it? If this old man knew, perhaps I could help you. Xiao Hua raised his foot and walked forward again. He said, if fellow Taoist doesn't know, then forget it. There's no need for fellow Taoist to worry about what this thing is for. Fellow Taoist, perhaps you don't know. Even if I don't, I can help you ask. Even if fellow Taoist wants to know something else, I can still help you. Spiritual Master Qing Su hurriedly transmitted his voice again. Xiao Hua didn't understand. He smiled and said, what do you mean, fellow Taoist? Spiritual Master Qing Su also smiled and said, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao has already forgotten what I said at Spiritual Master Hua's banquet? What did fellow Taoists say at the banquet? Xiao Hua looked at Spiritual Master Qing Su thoughtfully, as if he was recalling what Spiritual Master Qing Su said just now. Seeing that Xiao Hua was pretending to be deaf and mute, Spiritual Master Qing Su smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Let this old man ask you, fellow Taoist, have you met any Taoist seniors above the 5th stage of origin power? Or perhaps, fellow Taoist's master. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to worry about my master. Xiao Hua's tone was somewhat cold. Spiritual Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Spiritual Master Qing Su hurriedly explained, I have never doubted fellow Taoist's identity as a Taoist cultivator. Moreover, I also believe that fellow Taoist doesn't have any relationship with Confucian cultivators. What I mean is, fellow Taoist tone is rather arrogant. You actually dare to say establish a Taoist sect. However, fellow Taoist, don't you feel that your strength is simply insufficient to establish a Taoist sect? Look at the cultivators in this cave. Perhaps each of them isn't fellow Taoist match, but if they join forces, they're enough to kill fellow Taoist, right? Since that's the case, why don't they dare to establish a Taoist sect? Why do they still want to come to Yaotai Mountain? Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes. He seemed to understand what Spiritual Master Qing Su wanted to say. Fellow Taoist spirit in establishing our Taoist sect is commendable. Moreover, fellow Taoist cultivation is also truly outstanding. Someone as handsome as fellow Taoist is the hope of our Taoist sect in hidden immortal continent. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't stop him, Spiritual Master Qing Su transmitted his voice. However, fellow Taoist must understand that reviving the Taoist sect isn't the work of a single person. Thousands upon thousands of Taoist sect disciples sacrifice their lives for the Taoist sect's existence in hidden immortal continent today. It's also because of the Taoist sect's senior sacrifice over the past tens of thousands of years that you and I are talking in this cave right now. We Taoist sect cultivators should work together and unite with each other. Only then will we be able to stand out. Unfortunately, the Taoist sect seniors have all withered away. There aren't many who can protect us anymore. It's time for us to walk in front of others. However, when walking in front of others, we need to have a strategy. We also need to protect ourselves first. For someone like fellow Taoist who speaks arrogant words as soon as he appears, I'm afraid he won't live for long. In I's opinion, it's better for fellow Taoist to find a Taoist sect senior who can protect you as soon as possible. Seeing that Spiritual Master Qing Su first talked about establishing the Taoist sect and said that cultivators should unite, Xiao Hua agreed from the bottom of his heart. However, when Spiritual Master Qing Su changed the topic and talked about the protection of the Taoist sect seniors, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel disgusted. Ever since Xiao Hua started cultivating, he didn't dare to say that he didn't receive any protection. However, How many of the seniors who cared about him sincerely protected him? Many of them had ulterior motives, such as helplessness and affection, and very few of them. Fellow Taoist means, without the seniors' protection, we're helpless? Can we possibly be killed by Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Spiritual Master Qing Su's growth was different from Xiao Hua's, so he naturally didn't understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. However, he also heard the other meaning in Xiao Hua's tone. Knowing that Xiao Hua had misunderstood, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's not the case. If we were all under seniors' protection, we wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the 4th grade of origin energy." Spiritual Master Qing Su, if you have something to say, just say it. We've all lived for thousands of years. What haven't we seen? Why beat around the bush? Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient. Chapter 3589. Taoist Master Qing Su sighed and looked around again. He had some misgivings and transmitted his voice in a low voice. "All right, I actually came to look for other Taoists. I didn't expect to meet Taoist Xiao. Moreover, I'm not familiar with Taoist Xiao, so I was overly cautious. Please forgive me." And Xiao Hua nodded. "No matter what, I'm a Taoist cultivator. If you have something to say, you can say it directly." Does Taoist Xiao know about Grand Mist Ancestor? Taoist Master Qing Su asked in a low voice with a respectful expression. Xiao Hua was at a loss and shook his head slightly. "I've never heard of him." Taoist Master Qing Su was startled. He looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe as if he didn't believe what Xiao Hua said. Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He knew that the person Taoist Master Qing Su was talking about must be an extremely famous Taoist senior on the hidden immortal continent. However, he didn't explain and just looked straight at Taoist Master Qing Su. Taoist Master Qing Su laughed when he saw Xiao Hua looking at him. He said in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao really knows how to joke. Since you've heard this name, you must already know why I'm here." "Oh." Xiao Hua's tone was vague and non-committal. "I can reveal a piece of information to Taoist Xiao. Ancestor has already escaped." Taoist Master Qing Su's face was full of mystery. "Ah." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. "Actually, how would he know who Grand Mist Ancestor was? What did he escape from? You didn't expect it, right?" Taoist Master Qing Su's face was full of pride. Ancestor actually came out alive from the Buddhist, Confucian, and demon seals. In the future, we'll all have someone to rely on. Taoist Xiao, establishing the Taoist sect, isn't something you can do alone. It's also not something a 4th grade Essence Chi disciple like you can do. As long as you rely on Ancestor, no, it can't be called relying on Ancestor. As long as you act according to Ancestor's arrangements, the entire hidden immortal continent of our Taoist sect is just a chessboard. With Ancestor's approval, our Taoist sect will definitely regain its glory. Boom! Taoist Master Qing Su's words were like a thunderbolt that struck Xiao Hua. He instantly thought of the voice in the West Sea. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua probed, "Fellow Taoist, that is Mahavajrayana's Buddhist edict? Also, with so many seals, how did the old ancestor get out? So what if there are more seals?" Taoist Master Qing Su said proudly, "Ancestor primordial miscultivation is profound. Even if he was imprisoned by a demon formation, protected by the yin-yang illustration mirror, and suppressed by the Mahavajrayana Buddha's edict, he could still escape." This! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood who was released from the eye of the West Sea when he had just arrived at the hidden immortal continent. Then again, thinking about the Grand Mist Ancestor's ruthlessness when he had tried to escape, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. Perhaps the Grand Mist Ancestor was powerless to bring him out, or perhaps he had been suppressed for who knows how many years and longed for freedom. But he couldn't just leave him in the eye of the sea, right? What benefits would he get from following such a Taoist senior? Moreover, according to Taoist Master Qing Su, the Grand Mist Ancestor still didn't know how to play up the story of his escape. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong was definitely not a character in the Grand Mist Ancestor story. If Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the Grand Mist Ancestor, how would the Grand Mist Ancestor deal with him? Forget it. Xiao Hua's mouth was bitter. He didn't dare to put his life in the hands of others. Since fellow Taoist knows about the Grand Mist Ancestor, then the matter fellow Taoist asked just now, he must also know about it. Taoist Master Qing Su saw the change in Xiao Hua's expression and thought that Xiao Hua was pondering. He took the opportunity to say, I will immediately tell fellow Taoist once I have the results. Of course, if the ancestor has these things, he will certainly bestow them to you. Don't worry, the ancestor is very fond of disciples like you and me who are at the upper 4th grade of Essence Force. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he had a plan in his heart. After all, the Grand Mist Ancestor had only seen his face and didn't know his name. It would be fine if he didn't meet with him in the future. Moreover, an acquaintance might not be able to see through a person's nature. Perhaps he should observe for a while longer. After all, this Grand Mist Ancestor was a Taoist senior, and even if he was a heartless person, it would be a good thing if he could help Huang Xiaolong support the Taoist sect. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist with this matter. Xiao Hua nodded. Taoist Master Qing Su was overjoyed and transmitted his voice. Obtaining fellow Taoist Zhao's favor is comparable to Taoist Huda and the other two. I's trip was not in vain. Haha, fellow Taoist Master Qing Su, there's no need for this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Whether it's fellow Taoist, I, or even the Grand Mist Ancestor, we are all Taoist cultivators. When facing Confucian cultivators, we should all stand together. Well said. Taoist Master Qing Su nodded. After the Jadestage meeting, I will immediately report to the ancestor and ask him to send someone to receive fellow Taoist. Receive. Xiao Hua frowned and shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist Master Qing Su want me to meet the ancestor and personally pledge my loyalty. Yes. Taoist Master Qing Su said with a smile. Our Taoist sect uses very few resources on the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Taoist doesn't pledge your loyalty to the ancestor, how can the ancestor be at ease? Then forget it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I don't intend to pledge my loyalty to anyone, no matter what their cultivation is. Shu. Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly whispered. Taoist Master Xiao, it's better to speak less of such arrogant words. The ancestor doesn't like it. Fellow Taoist, please, just pretend you never saw me. Xiao Hua raised his hand and gestured. Taoist Master Qing Su hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter smile, with fellow Taoist temper, I really don't know how you manage to cultivate to the late stage of nascent soul. I have a Taoist heart, a Taoist foundation, and even more a lofty character. Xiao Hua said proudly, I also have a great ambition to establish my Taoist sect. Even a heavenly Tao will help me. All right. Taoist Master Qing Su thought for a moment and said, I will report this matter to the ancestor. However, I don't know how the ancestor will answer or how to deal with fellow Taoist matter. Of course, fellow Taoist can rest assured. No matter what, fellow Taoist Xiao is still a disciple of our Taoist sect. Even if fellow Taoist isn't used by the ancestor will only help him and definitely won't make things difficult for him. And I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. Also pass my greetings to the ancestor. I also hope that he can lead the Taoist sect cultivators to stand at the peak of the hidden immortal continent. All right, I will take my leave now. Taoist Master Qing Su flipped his hand and took out a small jade plate. He handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, This is I's communication jade image. If fellow Taoist has any matters, feel free to look for me. Oh, communication jade image? Xiao Hua received it very curiously. This was also refined by the ancestor. It's an ancient communication technique. Fellow Taoist only needs to activate your magic power, and you will know the secret inside. Taoist Master Qing Su smiled slightly. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, Fellow Taoist seems to have promised to give me a magic treasure just now, right? Taoist Master Ching Su blinked his eyes and replied, "Is that so? Did this old man promise? What do you want?" "Give me the jade slip to refine this item," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "You know how to refine tools?" Taoist Master Ching Su's eyes lit up. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I know a thing or two." "Great." Taoist Master Ching Su clapped his hands and said, "There are very few Taoist cultivators in my hidden immortal continent who can refine items. With Taoist Master Zhao's help, great things can be done. All right, I will make a deal with fellow Taoist. And you can also say that I am making a deal with the ancestor." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I can refine items for the ancestor, but all the materials will be provided by the ancestor. My reward is that the ancestor must protect my safety. Moreover, I want 20% of the materials used to refine the items." "Haha, I don't dare to agree to this. Moreover, I don't have the jade slip to refine the communication jade image. Let me return and ask the ancestor first. However, fellow Taoist, don't worry, the ancestor should agree." Taoist Master Ching Su seemed to be very happy. Xiao Hua nodded and put away the communication jade image. He cupped his hands and said, "I believe fellow Taoists can send messages to me through this communication jade image. Now, I won't delay fellow Taoists' great cause of revival. Farewell." "Farewell." Taoist Master Ching Su smiled and cupped his hands. He watched as Xiao Hua walked toward another stall and haggled with an early Jindan cultivator. Then, with a smile on his face, he turned and blended into the crowd and disappeared. Looking at some materials in front of him, Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to what was behind him. Currently, he was somewhat uncertain in his heart. The cooperation with this so-called Grand Mist ancestor was also an impromptu idea. After all, Taoist Master Ching Su was right. Even if he had a whole body of iron, how many nails could he forge? When he could borrow strength, he still needed to borrow strength. Anyway, he was refining items and exchanging with this Grand Mist ancestor. It didn't involve any karma. Fellow Taoist, just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a slightly hoarse voice sounded in his ear. "Have you taken a fancy to this spirit fruit?" "Oh!" Xiao Hua came back to his senses. He was fiddling with a few materials that weren't considered rare, but his hand unconsciously picked up a dark fruit the size of a thumb. Xiao Hua simply picked it up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist." Seeing this cultivator in front of him, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. This cultivator wasn't tall and wore a dark blue armor. His face was covered by a helmet and couldn't be seen clearly. However, Xiao Hua had a very familiar feeling from the bottom of his heart. This cultivator wasn't a human. "Perhaps I should call you fellow Taoist," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "What's this called? What's its use?" The cultivator's voice was slightly surprised, as if he didn't expect Xiao Hua to see through his true appearance. However, seeing that Xiao Hua didn't intend to expose him, he calmed down and explained, "This is a snake-eye fruit. It's a commonly used healing item by snake demons in the Thousand Demons sacred territory. It has a miraculous effect on cultivators' injuries. If fellow Taoist wants to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, it's best to buy a few. In my opinion, it's more useful than your Tao Sec spirit pills." "Fellow Taoist, is it demon of the Thousand Demons sacred territory?" Xiao Hua looked around and lowered his voice. Since this demon covered his appearance, he obviously had some misgivings. Xiao Hua didn't speak loudly. "I am indeed a demon of the Thousand Demons sacred territory." The demon nodded and calmly admitted. Chapter 3590. "I Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua said straightforwardly. "Do you have anything else here?" "As long as it's in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, I want it." "Oh." The demon was a bit surprised. After thinking for a while, he took out a small Chinquan bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Immortal friend, take a look. Is there anything suitable?" Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were many strange things inside, and many spirit fruits that he had never seen before. Thus, he nodded and said, "Not bad, they are all suitable. How do you want to trade these things?" Do you want primeval stones or pills? Of course it's primeval stones. The demon was simply overjoyed. Looking at Xiao Hua's small Chinquan bag, he said in a low voice, Immortal friend Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Immortal friend can give these things for 50 top-grade primeval stones. TSK, TSK. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and shook his head. Immortal friend, you underestimate me too much. Although I like rare things, I'm not an idiot. The demon smiled embarrassedly. After thinking for a while, he said, Then 40. These things might not be worth it, but I spent a lot of effort to bring them here from the 1,000 Demon Sacred Realm. I have to earn some hard-earned money, right? I'll let it go this time. After all, it's my first time. If it was the Xiao Hua of the past, he would probably haggle. However, thinking about the primeval stones in the space, Xiao Hua gave up and said generously, Thank you, immortal friend. Thank you, immortal friend. Even so, the demon was unexpectedly happy. After Xiao Hua gave the primeval stones to the demon, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Immortal friend, I'll ask one more question. Did you bring these things from the 1,000 demons' sacred realm yourself? The demon put away the primeval stones and said with a smile, My name is Ingpe. Immortal friend can call me by my name. What immortal friend? I feel awkward hearing it. Then you can also call me Taoist Master Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Ingpe hurriedly cupped his hands and said, So it's Taoist Master Xiao. I've been rude. No need to be so polite. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Currently, nascent soul cultivators are everywhere on this Yaotai mountain, and gold core cultivators are as numerous as dogs. Who am I to you? As soon as he said this, Ingpe was stunned for a long time. Then, the armor on his body shook violently, as if he was trying to hold back a smile. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, Spiritual master is really a master. This one has been enlightened. Let's return to this Zhao's question first. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Perhaps we can have an even bigger deal. Ingpe's eyes lit up as if he had understood something. He hurriedly asked, What do you mean by that? My strength is weak, so it is impossible for me to travel from the 1,000 demons' sacred realm to the hidden immortal continent in such a short period of time. Thus, I contacted some of my fellow clansmen in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. My fellow clansmen are also similar in strength to me. I don't dare to do big things, so I can only do small things. And what other good things do you have that you haven't taken out yet? Xiao Hua nodded his head, thought for a moment, and asked. Ingpe knew that Xiao Hua was testing him. He hurriedly took out an even smaller Chinquan bag and handed it over to Xiao Hua, saying, Spiritual Master Xiao, this is all that I have brought this time. Please take a look and see if there is anything you want. As expected, you have good things hidden away. Xiao Hua laughed. When his divine sense swept over the small Chinquan bag, the smile on his face became even wider. He nodded and said, Although I have no use for most of these things, in order to show my sincerity, I will take all of them. As he spoke, Xiao Hua put away the things, took out a considerable amount of primeval stones, put them into the small Chinquan bag, and handed it back to Ingpe. Ingpe was overjoyed when he saw it. He looked around and said with a smile, I have received spiritual master sincerity. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Nothing else. I only want you to sell me the spirit fruits, spirit wood seeds, materials for artifact refinement, and so on from the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Anything that can be used by the disciples of my Taoism can be sold to me. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Especially the white bones and other items in your cosmos sack. I really like them. Really? Ingpe beamed with joy. That kind of smile could be felt even through the helmet. Xiao Hua said indifferently, What? Do you think I am joking with you? No. Ingpe hurriedly waved his hand. I just feel that you feel that it is inconceivable that I want these things. Indeed, Ingpe answered honestly, my demon realm has many magical things. For example, this ordinary snake eye fruit is extremely beneficial for the recovery of the human race's physical body. There is also the life-extending fruit. It is said that it can extend a human's life by 10 years. Others are looking for me to trade these things, but spiritual master wants ordinary things. This makes me feel that it is inconceivable. And I also want those things. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart and said with a smile, as long as you have something in 1,000 demons' sacred realm, you can give it to me. I will not treat you unfairly. Oh, if you have any cultivation methods, maps, and so on, you can also give it to me. In short, you have many people of the same race. You must have these things that others don't use. You can still take them. Why don't you give them to me? Okay. Ingpa nodded. He extended a hand and said solemnly, let's make an oath. Okay. Xiao Hua extended his hand and lightly touched Ingpo's hand. He saw that Ingpo's hand seemed to be webbed, which looked very strange. How do I find spiritual master? Ingpa felt at ease and asked. Xiao Hua took out a communication talisman and handed it to Ingpa, saying, my cave is in the Black Cloud Ridge near Yu Province's Bronze Pillar Country. You can go there to find me. This is my communication talisman. However, it needs to be activated with Tao, sex, magic power. I don't know if you demons can use it. Spiritual master, please don't worry. I have a way. Ingpa smiled and took the communication talisman. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He raised his eyebrows and said, if you have a message from the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, you can give me the map and cultivation method as soon as possible. Of course. Ingpa nodded but then shook his head, but the cultivation method that spiritual master wants. I won't hide it from spiritual master. The cultivation method of my demon race has always been passed down by word of mouth. It's not written in words. The cultivation method that can be written on bee skin is actually not a real cultivation method. You don't need to worry about this. Just give it to me. Xiao Hua was about to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he took out a small Chinquan bag and handed it to Ingpa, saying, this is the deposit for this old man. Take it. Don't let your fellow clansmen think that this old man is cheating you. Ingpa took the small Chinquan pouch and looked at it. He stood there blankly for a moment, then solemnly put it into his bosom. He said, I'll let Taoist know that in fact, the vow has already been made, but Taoist has taken out so many primordial stones, which really makes me admire you. Spiritual master, please don't worry. I'll go out now and try to send the first batch of things after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Good. Xiao Hua cupped his hands. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ingpa did what he said. He simply packed up his things, cupped his hands to Xiao Hua, and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua continued to wander around. However, his original appearance had already changed. When he entered the Yuanying cultivator's half of the Immortal's Cave, he had already become a completely different person. The Yuanying cultivator's Immortal's Cave was obviously a lot emptier. There were also a lot fewer things. However, the atmosphere in this half of the Immortal's Cave was far better than the other half, because almost all the Yuanying cultivators were whispering about what happened at Spiritual Master Huoda's banquet. Xiao Hua lowered his head and carefully listened. However, after a moment, he understood that it was really as Spiritual Master Qing Su said. Spiritual Master Huoda was humiliated by Xiao Hua. He really couldn't continue the banquet. He pretended to be drunk and retreated. His disciples hurriedly came out and apologized to everyone. Then, they wanted to invite everyone to drink. After a while, many cultivators said goodbye and left. The auction that Spiritual Master Huoda mentioned was never mentioned again. Previously, at the banquet, many people didn't dare to inquire too much about Xiao Hua. However, after leaving Spiritual Master Huoda's cave, everyone had fewer scruples. About Xiao Hua was immediately inquired by everyone. Although it was only killing a country's state preceptor and prime minister's father, which wasn't too much of a bragging matter, but Taoist cultivators had been bullied by Confucian cultivators for a long time. This kind of matter was also talked about enthusiastically. Xiao Hua's ears were filled with the matter of him killing Lung Qingge and Yin Zhijin. If everyone had told the truth, it would have been fine. However, the more people talked about it, the more the matter would surpass the truth. Even when Xiao Hua heard it, he also felt that this incomparably valiant hero was not him at all. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the auction and didn't see anything special. Most of the items were medicine and old magic treasures. He lost interest and turned to walk back to where he came from. After walking like this for a while, just as he was about to leave, an old man hurriedly came in. He looked around and walked to the side of an empty jade table. He raised his hand and took out a small chinquin pouch. He took out a few things and placed them outside. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked over. At the same time, on the other side of Xiaohua, a Yuanian cultivator casually glanced over. Like Xiaohua, he quickly sped up and rushed over. As soon as the cultivator moved, Xiaohua immediately noticed. He flew towards the old man with a flying technique. When the cultivator saw that Xiaohua was faster than him, he turned his eyes and raised his hand. A gust of wind whistled down and grabbed at a broken mirror in front of the old man. Xiaohua frowned and coldly snorted. He waved his Taoist robe. With a loud bang, a force appeared around the old man and immediately broke the gust of wind. The old man was clearly stunned. He had just stood still and didn't even see the situation around him clearly. Rays of light flashed around him, catching him unprepared. Xiaohua didn't even sway. His footsteps were still the same. In a moment, he stood in front of the old man's jade table. He raised his hand and picked up the broken mirror. He looked at the cultivator who was just sent flying by his sleeve. What are you doing?" The cultivator's face was a bit pale. He took a few steps back and the blood in his body surged. After a moment, he calmed down and hurriedly shouted. Chapter 3591. Xiaohua disdainfully glanced at the cultivator and coldly said, "This old man won't do anything. This old man just wants to take a look at this little mirror. You dare to snatch the magic treasure from I?" The cultivator was flustered and exasperated. I saw it first. Xiaohua ignored the cultivator. He looked down at the small mirror in his hand and asked the old man, "Fellow Taoist, how much do you want to trade for this?" "This?" The old man hesitated. He'd never imagined that this inconspicuous damaged magic treasure would actually cause competition, and he couldn't think of a way to raise the price for it. Does fellow Taoist want origin stones, magic treasures, or medicinal pills? Xiaohua asked indifferently. Reverend Shifan. The other cultivator had already walked over at this time. He fiercely glared at Xiaohua and said to the old man, "I am Reverend Chu Feng from Jinghuan Mountain in the Jing Province. I am an old acquaintance of Fairy Su Ming from Ji Province. This item is very important to me. I hope you can trade this item to me." When Reverend Shifan heard Reverend Chu call out his name and mention Fairy Su Ming, his expression changed slightly. Xiaohua at the side could clearly see that this Taoist master, Shifan, seemed to be very afraid of Fairy Su Ming. But Taoist Resting Sail was somewhat hesitant. This fellow Taoist already has this item in his hands. After all, this is the rule of the bazaar. What are the rules of the trade fair? Taoist Master Chu Feng said coldly. The rules of the trade fair are not to bully the weak, nor is it to force people to buy or sell. Fellow Taoist, you don't plan on selling this item, so it's reasonable for anyone to come. If you don't intend to sell it, why put on the jade table? Xiaohua naturally would not let go. Without waiting for Reverend Shifan to speak, he immediately said, "Reverend Shifan, there is no need to pay attention to him. How are you going to sell this item?" "Apologies." Unfortunately, without waiting for Taoist Resting Sail to open his mouth, Taoist Chu Feng called out again. Taoist Resting Sail isn't prepared to sell it, so naturally, there won't be a price, right? Don't you think so, Spiritual Master Rest Sail? Taoist Master Chu Feng's words were clearly raised. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was threatening Taoist Rest Sail. That is indeed the case. Fellow Taoist, please return this item to I. I took this item by mistake. This item is not for sale. Reverend Rest Sail gritted his teeth and said. Xiaohua was very reluctant to part with this small mirror because this small mirror was very similar to the icy mirror. When he held it in his hand, a familiar feeling came from his hand. Xiaohua was almost certain that this was one of the fragments of the Kunlun mirror. Currently, Xiaohua did not have any magic weapons that were suitable for him. If he could complete the Kunlun mirror, it would indeed be of great help to him. Xiaohua sighed. then swept his gaze over the overbearing Taoist Chu Feng before saying to Taoist, "Rest sail? Fellow Taoist, don't be afraid. This item is extremely important to me as well. You only have to say what you want to trade, and I'll definitely give it to you, as long as I have it." "Sorry." Reverend Shifan seemed to have understood and shook his head. This old man indeed did not intend to sell this item. "Fellow Taoist, please return this item to this old man." At this time, half of the cultivators in the Immortals Cave noticed this, and everyone looked at Xiao Hua at the same time. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked at Reverend Shifan and Taoist Chu Feng beside him, especially Taoist Chu Feng, his brows slightly raised as he took half a step back. He activated the magic power around him and was slightly on guard. Xiao Hua looked around again. Although there were many cultivators in the Immortals Cave, none of them were Xiao Hua's match. Even if Xiao Hua put the small mirror into his space, threw out some origin stones, and left calmly, perhaps no one had the ability to stop him. However, looking at the small mirror in his hand and then looking at Reverend Shifan, Xiao Hua asked coldly, "Reverend Shifan," this old man will ask again, "do you really not intend to sell this item?" Reverend Shifan's heart skipped a beat. Although Xiao Hua did not completely release his aura, Reverend Shifan had already sensed it. Thinking about how Xiao Hua had casually stopped Taoist Chu Feng before, how could Reverend Shifan not know how powerful Xiao Hua was? Unfortunately, Reverend Shifan pondered for a moment before firmly shaking his head. "That's right. I indeed did not intend to sell this item." "Good, good, good." Xiao Hua cheered 3 times and placed the small mirror on the jade table before saying, "This item has no fate with me, and you all also have no fate with me." "Fine, fine, fine." Seeing Xiao Hua let go, Reverend Shifan's heart relaxed while Taoist Chu Feng's face was also filled with joy. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators were even more astonished. It was very clear that Xiao Hua's cultivation was higher than Taoist Chu Feng's, and even higher than Reverend Shifan's. The item was in Xiao Hua's hands, and only Xiao Hua did not let go. The two of them were unable to snatch it from Xiao Hua's hands. Moreover, this so-called trade fair did not have any real rules. If Xiao Hua were to use force, who would be able to stop him? "Fellow Taoist." Someone was unconvinced and hurriedly cried out. Clearly, this item was Reverend Shifan who wanted to sell it. Right now, he's being threatened by Taoist Chu Feng. "If you take it, you take it. Who dares to say anything? How can this trade fair have so many rules?" That's right, that's right." Someone beside him also egged him on. Could it be that fellow Taoist is also afraid of Fairy Su Ming? "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. Justice is in the hearts of the people, and justice is in the heavenly Tao. This trade fair has no rules, but my heart has order. I will absolutely not destroy my order because of other people's disorder. Even more so, I will not lose my own Tao because of other people's tyranny." Xiao Hua said indifferently and left without looking back. "Idiot!" Taoist Chu Feng sneered and said while looking at Xiao Hua's back. Many cultivators beside him frowned and pondered over Xiao Hua's words. Of course, when the few golden core cultivators not far from this half of the cave heard this, they looked at each other and signaled with their eyes. One of them secretly slipped away. "Reverend Shifan," Taoist Chu Feng said with a smile, "when this old man returns, I will definitely tell Fairy Su Ming about this matter." Reverend Shifan's mouth was somewhat bitter. He nodded and said, "Previously, I did not intend to sell this item. However, since fellow Taoist is Fairy Su Ming's close friend, I can consider it. However, I don't know if fellow Taoist has a fire-type magic treasure, or perhaps a powerful innate true flame." "Hiss!" Taoist Chu Feng frowned. "Fellow Taoist Shifan, what do you want these things for?" "Alas, this old man's lifespan is almost up. I heard that there will be spirit items that can extend one's lifespan in this Jade Pavilion conference. This old man has no choice but to go in and take a look." Taoist Chu Feng's eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist must have also obtained the secret information of the Jade Pavilion conference. How about this, fellow Taoist, I have all of these items that fellow Taoist mentioned. However, if I give them to fellow Taoist, the two of us may not have enough. How about this? You and I enter together. I could take out these items of extreme yang for fellow Taoist to use. I can also help fellow Taoist obtain the longevity fruit. Fellow Taoist can temporarily lend this item to I for use. After the Jade Pavilion conference, you can formally give it to I. How about it? Oh, at that time, fellow Taoist, I will give fellow Taoist enough primordial stones. Reverend Shifan smiled bitterly. He felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. At this time, what else could he do? He could only nod and agree. Not to mention the discussion between the two, Xiaohua rather gloomily walked out of the Immortals cave used for the Jade Pavilion conference. Wind blew beneath his feet as he flew into the air, directly flying towards his own palace. However, after just flying for a moment, Xiaohua stood in the air again. He turned his head toward the direction and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Why are you following I?" As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, a faint radiance flashed in the air. A golden core old man appeared in a rather sorry state. He flew in front of Xiaohua and saluted respectfully, "Junior Zhang Chunyang. Previously, I heard Senior's words of Yaotai Mountain is in disorder, but my heart is in order. I was very moved, so I wanted to visit Senior's palace. Since it's a visit, why do you have to be so sneaky?" Xiaohua waved his hand indifferently. "If your heart is flawed, why bother others?" After saying this, Xiaohua ignored that cultivator and turned around to leave. The golden core old man looked at Xiaohua's back. In the end, he didn't dare to chase after him. He could only look at the sky and wave his hand. A faint crane-like mist flew out and disappeared in the air. Xiaohua didn't directly return to his palace. He looked around and was about to fly towards the tent outside the Yaotai Mountain. Unfortunately, before he could approach the tent, Xiaohua's brows wrinkled again. He stopped in the air and calmly waited for a few breaths. Then, he slowly turned his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong? This old man's mood isn't good today. Don't make this old man unhappy." A voice came from the night sky. Immediately after, a dense brown mist seemed to boil and expand in the night sky. Then, a cultivator wearing black skin-tight clothes appeared from a mist and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist strength is indeed outstanding. You were actually able to discover my boundless dark night. This one really admires you." Confucian cultivation techniques are open and above board. If they're used in a secretive manner, they're naturally inferior. Xiaohua indifferently replied, "Not to mention this old man, anyone with an open mind would be able to detect it. Fellow Taoist is indeed a person of the passage. Although your cultivation base is that of a Taoist, your every move has the demeanor of a great Confucian cultivator. Although that cultivator's face wasn't covered, it was actually blurry in the night." Xiaohua was disinclined to use his divine ability to check. "Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong? My palace master heard fellow Taoist's words Yaotai Mountain is disorderly, but not orderly. He was quite interested in fellow Taoist and specially sent me to invite fellow Taoist for a while." After saying this, that cultivator raised his hand and took out an invite-like thing. With a wave of his hand, he sent it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked at the invitation in front of him. This was a square bamboo joint. There were fine inscriptions around it. These inscriptions were like pieces of bamboo leaves. Between the bamboo leaves, wisps of clear air gushed out. A wave of fragrance came along with this clear air. In the middle of the bamboo joint, there were 3 large words Star Lord Hall. These 3 large words were different from the inscriptions around it. If one looked carefully, each stroke condensed a kind of flicker. The edges of each flicker carried starlight. At a glance, this Star Lord Hall looked like 3 falling stars. Chapter 3592. Xiaohua smiled and flung his sleeve. He didn't accept the invitation and instead sent it to the martial artist. He said solemnly, "I am a Tao sect cultivator. I don't want to make friends with Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the Jade Pavilion Conference will be held in 3 days. If I pay a visit to the Star-Lord Palace before that, I'm afraid it will cause a misunderstanding. That martial artist stared blankly for a moment. Looking at the invitation card in front of him, he waved his hand, and the invitation card flew back to Xiaohua. He said, "My palace master only appreciates fellow immortal. This trip is just for tea and conversation. It has nothing to do with the Jade Pavilion Conference." "Fellow immortal, you're wrong." Xiaohua waved his hand and returned the invitation. He said with a smile, "The ancient said that if you don't accept a melon field, you won't accept a plum tree. Since our hearts are magnanimous, why do we have to do those things that make others suspicious?" "Fellow immortal, you're wrong." The martial artist waved his hand for the 3rd time and returned the invitation to Xiaohua. He said, "Since our hearts are magnanimous, why do we have to be afraid of other people's suspicions? We just have to do what we think is right. How can other people know?" Xiaohua stared at the invitation in front of him. He didn't hesitate. He raised his head and said, "There is no scale in other people's eyes, but there is a scale in this old man's heart. There is no weight in other people's hands, but there is a weight in heaven and earth. This old man isn't afraid of other people's suspicions, but this old man's inner demons. This old man is afraid." With that, Xiaohua waved his hand. He didn't touch the invitation and flew up again. He said in a cold voice, "This matter ends here. There can be a first and second time in this world, but there is absolutely no 3rd and 4th time." Seeing the invitation fly back to him and hearing Xiaohua's warning, the martial artist's eyes flashed with a cold light. He opened his mouth, and a black chi rolled and annihilated the invitation. A pitch-black flame appeared in the black chi. In a moment, the invitation turned into ashes, and a few strands of clear chi fell into the martial artist's hand. The martial artist waved his hand slightly. These strands of clear chi soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The martial artist sneered. Black chi once again surged out from his body. In just a few breaths, he blended into the night once again. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Almost at the same time, above the heavy red clouds above the foot of Yaotai Mountain, at the summit of Yaotai Mountain, within an elegant palace, several streaks of clear air rushed in. On the wall, a 3-colored mist surged, revealing a clear and bright night scene. Within this night scene was precisely Xiaohua's slowly flying back figure. These words were spoken by a middle-aged man with a tall stature, an elegant appearance, and a bulging forehead. This middle-aged man was wearing a scholarly robe and was sitting on a wooden chair. Above him was an old man with white hair and beard. He was holding an ancient book in his hand and reading it with narrowed eyes. Obviously, due to the mist surging on the wall and the influence of this middle-aged man's words, the old man raised his head. Although the old man's face was full of wrinkles, even on his forehead, these wrinkles didn't make people feel that he was old at all. There was only an extremely wise feeling. Not to mention that the old man's eyes were moving. A kind of divine light that could penetrate one's heart and lungs appeared from time to time. The old man glanced at Xiaohua's back on the wall and said with a smile, "Ling Hu, what made you so angry? Report in a hallmaster." The scholar called Ling Hu bowed and said, "These days, Subordinate has been trying to find a few suitable helpers among the Taoist cultivators who came to participate in the Yaodai conference. However, after finding a few, I always felt that they weren't suitable. It's either that they were insatiable or that their cultivation was insufficient. Today, it's rare to see a Taoist cultivator who understands the law and etiquette and has the demeanor of our Confucian cultivators." Subordinate ordered people to bring an invitation card from our Star-Lord Hall to invite him. However, he actually refused, using the excuse of not accepting melons in the field and not accepting a plum under a plum tree. Tell me, how can Subordinate not be angry? How can Taoist cultivators come and go as they wish? Oh, this cultivator is actually interesting. What's his cultivation? The interest on the old man's face was greatly aroused. He looked at Xiao Hua's slowly flying figure and asked, "Subordinate can't tell, but he should be around the 4th grade lower rank of essence energy." Haha, he came for the Yaotai Mountain State Preceptor's contract. The old man chuckled, but all Taoist cultivators have a sharp spirit in their hearts. They want to establish a country, want to make some achievements, and achieve great achievements. Let him suffer a bit of setback and know the power of our Confucian cultivators. He will be convinced. Scholar Linghu nodded. Subordinate knows. That year, when Halm Master subdued Taoist Master Huda, it should be like this. When the old man heard this, his brows slightly wrinkled. Scholar Linghu immediately knew that his words were wrong and hastily bowed. Subordinate understands. I won't dare mention these words again. You keep an eye on this cultivator. See where his palace is. In the Yaotai conference 3 days later, you can fully display the power of our Confucian cultivators. Treat this as a test for you. The old man indifferently instructed. Scholar Linghu's face showed joy, and he hastily bowed. Subordinate thanks Hall Master for bestowing a star general. However, just when Scholar Linghu gave his thanks, he saw that in the darkness above the wall, Xiao Hua, who had been slowly flying all along, suddenly lifted her head. Her gaze was like lightning, directly looking at the old man and Scholar's location. As if she had discovered something, she immediately raised her hand, and an intense brilliance was born. The entire wall became snow white with a slap. The old man slightly stared blankly, and Scholar Linghu was even more startled. His eyes unconsciously slightly closed, and by the time they opened their eyes again, the wall had already returned to normal. However, that was in the darkness. Other than the lantern inside the tent, they could no longer see Xiao Hua's figure. Hiss! The old man sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashing with a cold light. This child perhaps has the cultivation of 4th grade upper rank essence energy. Otherwise, he simply would not have been able to discover. Good. Scholar Linghu's eyes showed a kind of eagerness, and he said, Subordinate is most fond of this kind of powerful opponent. If he can become Subordinate Star General, it will be a great help to Subordinate. Ha. The old man laughed aloud. It seems you still want to have him compete with this old man Star General. Hall Master Star General is incomparably valiant. Subordinate fears he does not dare compete. Scholar Linghu smiled. However, to be able to capture this person is extremely beneficial to my Star Lord Hall. Thus, Subordinate is willing to try. As you wish. The old man waved his hand. This time's Jade Pavilion gathering is different from before. You must be careful. Do not suffer a backlash from this Taoist cultivator. Oh, right. How is the situation on Taoist Master Huda's side? Yes, Subordinate knows. Subordinate will be careful. Scholar Linghu bowed and said, Just now, a Star Soldier reported that Taoist Master Huda seemed to have suffered a setback, having been injured by a Taoist cultivator. The banquet can be considered over, but the trade gathering has not been opened. This has a somewhat bad influence on his plans. Oh, which cultivator did it? The old man was quite interested. Was it Taoist Grand Miss Subordinate? Taoist Grand Miss Subordinate did not take action. He merely spoke out to refute Taoist Master Huda, making Taoist Master Huda lose face. That person is called Taoist Master Ching Su, and he seems to know we are being monitored. After he finished speaking, he left, and there was no trace of him. Scholar Linghu explained, because Taoist Master Hua lost face, he wanted to find trouble with a Black Wind Ridge cultivator named Xiao Hua, but that Xiao Hua unexpectedly concealed himself deeply, instantly injuring Taoist Master Huda. Afterwards, he left the Immortal's abode and disappeared. Even if Taoist Master Huda did not recover his face, perhaps that Xiao Hua would have taken action. The old man coldly smiled. Could it be you did not see? This Xiao Hua and Taoist Master Ching Su were singing the same tune, one in the light and one in the dark. Not bad exactly. Scholar Linghu slapped his forehead and said, This Xiao Hua was disrespectful at the start of the toast. As it turned out, it was for the sake of a falling out later. Precisely so. The old man nodded. Although this old man did not know there was such a thing as being disrespectful when toasting, how many people would dare to fall out with Taoist Master Huda at a banquet? If it was not arranged beforehand, would Xiao Hua have dared to make a move? This subordinate has learned. Scholar Ling Hu bowed and said, "Send someone to find out where Taoist Master Ching Su and Xiao Hua are staying, as well as those damned little bastards from Grand Mist on the list." The old man somewhat gnashed his teeth. Usually this old man would be too lazy to pay attention to other places, but they actually dared to behave atrociously at Yaotai Mountain. No need. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the palace. They naturally came to the Jadistage gathering for a purpose. We will deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo, and let them slowly reveal their true colors. Immortal emissary? The old man raised his eyebrows and secretly said in his heart. He gave Scholar Ling Hu a meaningful glance and said, "Ling Hu Pyron, no need to pay attention to these two people. Go and see how the arrangements for the Jadistage gathering are going. This time's Jadistage gathering must be something that Taoist cultivators will not forget for 100 years. Yes, Palace Master, this subordinate will go and check." Ling Hu Pyron hurriedly bowed and saluted, then quickly walked out. Kong Hongwu greets, Lord Immortal Emissary. When Ling Hu Pyron left, the old man hurriedly got up and turned his head to look at the screen behind him. On the screen was a picture of the Moon Palace. The brilliance of the moon flashed slightly, and a layer of mist appeared. Then, a light green palace dress appeared in the mist. A tall woman stepped on a cloud and descended from the moon. In the blink of an eye, she flew in front of the old man. Although the woman was already standing in front of the old man, the clouds in front of the woman's face blocked the old man's view, so the old man couldn't see her face clearly. However, the old man did not dare to neglect and respectfully saluted. "Take a seat." The woman was not polite. She waved her hand, and a layer of the same faint cloud fell on the chair that Kong Hongwu sat on before. Then, she sat down gracefully and ordered. Kong Hongwu respectfully said, "Many thanks for the seat, Immortal Emissary." Then he also sat on the chair that Ling Hu Pyron sat on just now. Palace Master Kong. Just as the Immortal Emissary opened her mouth, she was immediately interrupted by Kong Hongwu. Kong Hongwu hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Immortal Emissary is joking. It's better to call me Kong Hongwu. I don't dare to be called Palace Master." Haha, Star-Lord Hall is Star-Lord Hall. Palace Master Kong is in charge of Star-Lord Hall, so you should be called Palace Master Kong. There's nothing wrong with this. The Immortal Emissary smiled faintly, and the clouds in front of her floated slightly. Chapter 3593. Kong Hongwu hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "The Palace Master in the Immortal Palace is the real Palace Master. My title is just to fool those Taoist remnants. Others may not know, but how could the Immortal Emissary not know? Yes, I know. As long as you can do what she asks you to do, I don't dare to promise you the position of Palace Master, but I will give you a position in the Immortal Palace to prolong your life by 10,000 years. Thank you, Immortal Emissary." Kong Hongwu was delighted, but he did not dare to show it. He hurriedly bowed and thanked her. The Immortal Emissary flicked her sleeve and said, "Take a seat. The Jadistage meeting will begin in 3 days. How many nascent soul cultivators will come? Is your Jadistage mountain ready?" Immortal Emissary, there are now more than 700 nascent soul cultivators and more than 6,000 gold core cultivators gathered at the foot of the Jadistage mountain. Kong Hongwu answered without hesitation. However, most of the 700 nascent soul cultivators came for the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. They're in a wait-and-see mode and may not participate in the Jadistage meeting. As for the other 6,000 gold core cultivators, most of them will participate in the Jadistage meeting. As for the great formation of the Jadistage meeting, please don't worry. Ever since I got your formation diagram, I personally urged the 28 Star Lords to rearrange the Great Formation of the Jadestige Mountain. On the basis of this Great Formation, the heavenly generals sent by the immortal emissary worked together to set up the sun, moon, and star immortal arrays. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators. Even out of body and spirit severing cultivators will not be able to leave alive. That's good. Someone has already reported this to me. Your Star-Lord Palace has done a good job. The immortal emissary nodded. It seems that everything is ready now except for the east wind. Indeed, Kong Hongwu smiled. As long as I open the great formation of the Jadestige Mountain in 3 days, we can proceed according to your plan. However, I can't guarantee how many nascent soul cultivators will enter the formation. The immortal emissary chuckled and said, Kong Hongwu, do you think I'm just drawing a pie in the sky? Look at this. What is this? As he spoke, the 3 jade boxes landed in the air of the palace. The 3 jade boxes were similar in style and shape. They were all square and several inches in size. They flashed with light, and under the light, the inscriptions were like poems and essays. They were like chains flowing on the surface of the jade boxes. Wisps of clear air came from the inscriptions and fell into the light. Kong Hongwu opened his mouth. After a while, he said in a low voice, Immortal Envoy, could it be that the words you asked me to spread are true? Why wouldn't it be true? The immortal emissary smiled faintly. This is the east wind that I was talking about. It's not the east wind that you speak of. But these things are too precious. I feel that it's truly a pity to give them to the remnants of the Taoist sect. If they don't want to, then I'll just make something up. Kong Hongwu looked at the 3 jade boxes with surprise in his eyes and said in a low voice, Foolish, short-sighted. The immortal emissary said coldly, If there are no Taoist sect cultivators coming out of the Yaodai mountain with these things, who will believe in the Yaodai gathering in the future? Besides, you said that most of the 700 nascent soul cultivators who came were just spectators. If you don't take these things out, will they come to the Yaodai gathering? But, Kong Hongwu still shook his head slightly. These things are too precious. Even if we take them out, there's no need for them to get them. In the past, many nascent soul cultivators came out empty-handed and didn't get anything. No matter how precious these things are, they're nothing compared to the gift that she gave to the Empress at her birthday banquet. The immortal emissary smiled faintly. Besides, there are very few nascent soul cultivators who can come out of the Yaodai gathering this time. If your Star-Lord Palace doesn't take out something, how can the Taoist sect cultivators be convinced? Unless you don't want to be the Star-Lord Palace Master anymore. Unless you don't want to hold the Yaodai gathering anymore. Yes, thank you, immortal emissary, for your consideration. Kong Hongwu nodded, then waved his hand, and 3 jade boxes fell into his hand. However, in an instant, the hand that came into contact with the jade boxes cracked and formed layers of ice shards, while the other hand was suffused with wisps of flames, igniting the true qi in his hand. Hiss! Kong Hongwu was shocked and hurriedly urged his true qi. After a layer of dark green flashed, all the strange phenomena disappeared. After Kong Hongwu received the 3 jade boxes, he looked at the immortal emissary and probed. I still have 2 questions to ask, immortal emissary. Speak. I have just told Linghu Pyron that the Taoist sect's old man Hongmeng has revived, and now he has begun to show off in the hidden immortal continent. That Taoist Master Qing Su, Xiaohua, and a dozen gold core cultivators should all be his subordinates. If immortal emissary doesn't let me deal with it, what should I do? Or should immortal emissary bring this news back to the immortal palace and ask immortal general, immortal monarch to deal with it? Kong Hongwu asked. The immortal emissary pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, The immortal palace already knows about the Grand Mist Ancestors matter, but I don't know how the immortal emperor will deal with it. In addition, I know a little about Taoist Master Qing Su and Xiaohua. Taoist Master Qing Su has contacted many Taoist sect disciples to submit to the Grand Mist Ancestor. I have already sent people to secretly follow them to see if they can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's trace. If Taoist Master Qing Su is in the dark, then Xiao Hua is clear. Although I haven't seen any traces of him contacting the Grand Mist Ancestor, his appearance is very strange. After the Grand Mist Ancestor escaped, he suddenly became famous, and as soon as he came out, he set up a blood steel in the Bronze Pillar country, claiming to establish a Taoist sect. Why would he, a Taoist sect cultivator, establish a Taoist sect? If he didn't have the support of the Grand Mist Ancestor, would he dare to say this? Now that he came to the Jade Pavilion meeting, he must have received the Grand Mist Ancestor's order to snatch the Imperial Preceptor's lot and prepare to help the Jiang country establish a country in Yu province, and find a place for the Grand Mist Ancestor to stay. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, but this is it. Then, what should I do? Don't worry about it. Since they want to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting, let them participate. If they can survive, give them the Imperial Preceptor's lot. As the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple can't run. Since the Grand Mist Ancestor is establishing a country in Jiang country, are you afraid that you won't be able to find him? Yes, I understand. Of course, ignoring doesn't mean avoiding it. This Xiao Hua's aura is very fierce. If there's a chance, don't hold back. The immortal emissary smiled coldly. If you hit the small one, don't be afraid that the old one won't come out. Yes, I know. Kong Hongwu naturally didn't dare to ask more, and probed again. The immortal emissary has arranged so many things and paid such a huge price, I still don't understand. The birthday gift she gave to the Emperor-Empress. What is it? It's only 3 days from the Jade Pavilion meeting. Can the immortal emissary solve my doubts? When Kong Hongwu said this, the clouds in front of the immortal emissary's face suddenly froze, and the entire palace turned cold. Kong Hongwu was regretting it at this moment. But before he could speak, the immortal emissary chuckled and said, I thought that Home Master Kong wouldn't be so curious, but who would have thought that he would actually open his mouth? Sigh. After all, the immortal emissary took out these 3 things that I thought were impossible to take out. How could I not think about it? Kong Hongwu sighed. Forget it. There's no harm in telling you. The immortal emissary laughed. You've done so much for me. If I don't tell you, wouldn't it seem distant? Furthermore, the great formation beneath the Yaotai Mountain. I didn't hide it from Home Master Kong, so Home Master Kong will naturally know about it in the future. If the immortal emissary can't say it, then don't say it. Kong Hongwu laughed. There are many difficult questions in this world, and it's impossible for me to know the answers one by one. There's nothing that can't be said. The birthday gift is these nascent soul stage cultivators. The clouds on the immortal emissary's face began to dance again. These nascent soul stage cultivators? Kong Hongwu was stunned. He thought for a long time, and naturally knew that he had to get the truth from these nascent soul stage cultivators, but he never thought that it would be from these nascent soul stage cultivators themselves. Or, to be exact, from these cultivators' nascent souls. Hiss! Kong Hongwu sucked in a breath of cold air, very puzzled. Why do we Confucian cultivators need these nascent soul stage cultivators? Furthermore, more than 700 cultivators are 700 nascent soul stage cultivators. So many nascent soul stage cultivators. How can 700 nascent soul stage cultivators be enough? The immortal emissary said indifferently. We need 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators. Latent nascent soul stage cultivators are the best. What? Kong Hongwu was naturally prepared, but he was still frightened by this number. He exclaimed, Immortal emissary, are you sure? How many nascent soul stage cultivators can there be in the entire hidden immortal continent? Immortal emissary, how can 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators complete it? This emissary also doesn't know. The immortal emissary smiled bitterly. This emissary can only do his best and get as many as possible. At this point, Kong Hongwu didn't dare to ask another word. The lives of 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators, this kind of shocking wealth was definitely not something Kong Hongwu could get involved in. He really regretted asking So many questions now. All right, you don't have to think too much. Everything will be the same as the previous Jade Pavilion gathering. Throw the things into the formation and let them fight each other. The immortal emissary waved his hand and prepared to get up. Kong Hanwu hurriedly asked again, Immortal emissary, since there are so many of them, how many imperial preceptors' lots should we put down? The immortal emissary stood up, and a green cloud appeared under his feet, carrying the immortal emissary into the bright moon. The immortal emissary's words fell in the palace. The specific number is the matter of your Star Lord Palace. This emissary doesn't dare to overstep. You decide for yourself. This emissary only wants to know the final result. Yes, respectfully send off the immortal emissary. Kong Hongwu frowned slightly, bowed, and watched the immortal emissary's back fall into the moonlight and disappear. Alas, 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators. What kind of birthday gift is this? Kong Hongwu sighed and sat on the chair again. With a wave of his hand, the ancient book fell into his hand, and he began to read it with relish. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that he had already fallen into the eyes of the immortal emissary, but he had already begun to plan what to do after being noticed by the Confucian cultivator. Before he returned to the palace, he had already swept his soul awareness a few times, but didn't find anything unusual. Only then did he put the token on the door and open the palace. Chapter 3594. Of course, there was no one in the palace. Xiao Hua also understood that it was not only because Chang Yu and the others did not have a token to enter the palace, but more importantly, because he offended Hua Dazhunren. He might be stronger than Hua Dazhunren, but in terms of connections and so on, he was absolutely incomparable. Even maybe coming out of the Jade Pavilion gathering was the beginning of being chased by Confucian cultivators. How could Chang Yu and the others come back? Xiao Hua did not return to the quiet room. He just sat in the main hall and waved his hand, activating the restriction of the Immortal's Cave. His divine sense once again cautiously swept the area, setting up the Du Tian star formation again. Then he took out the small Chinquan bag he exchanged with Ingbo, restraining his slightly excited mood. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out a thick white bone from the small Chinquan bag. That white bone was more than 1 zhang tall, sparkling and translucent like jade. No matter if it was divine sense or Buddhist sense, he could not see anything strange about it. Gotcha! A thunderbolt was born from the incomplete white bone and hit the white bone. The white bone floated along with the thunderbolt and fell on the skeleton. The left leg was precisely the missing calf bone. At the same time the white bone fell, lightning water flowed down from the place where the white bone was connected. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and smiled. Just based on this calf bone, Xiao Hua's trip was already worth it. After that, Xiao Hua took out the other items that he had traded with Ingbo. Ingbo's items were very miscellaneous and very strange. Many of them should be items from the Thousand Goblin Sacred Realm. Xiao Hua couldn't figure them out, but if he thought about it with his feet, he knew that they couldn't be anything good. Xiao Hua only gave some unknown spirit herbs to Xiao Guo to see if Xiao Guo could grow them. Then, Xiao Hua took out the bone he exchanged with the Jindan cultivator. Looking at it with his soul sense, he was even more overjoyed. There were some soul cultivator soul techniques inside that Xiao Hua did not know before. After Xiao Hua sent the bone into the mysterious dark cloud and handed it to the soul cultivator Xiao Hua used his hand to pinch his chin and secretly thought, "This white bone is somewhat strange. It seems to be scattered in 2 planes. Previously, I thought only the Xiaoyu continent had it. Later, I found out that the Western Paradise also had it. Now, Ingbo must have obtained it in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Since the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm has it, presumably the hidden Immortal Continent also has it. This white bone, who is it? A celestial being? Also, how could there be a soul cultivator's bone in the hidden Immortal Continent? Could it be that there were soul cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent? But soul cultivators need to consume millet, unless there's another 1 million Meng mountains on the hidden immortal continent. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. This hidden immortal continent is many times larger than the Dawn Rain continent. Previously, this Xiao had only wandered around the Yu region, and only now did he reach the Yaotai mountain. Let's see if we can find Lu Zhen or find the way back to Dawn Rain continent. When he thought up to here, Xiao Hua's brows raised as he spoke in surprise. When Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense, a look of joy appeared on his face. He put away the capital star formation and then took out the token from his bosom. A ray of light shone from the token, and the door to the palace opened. Chang Yu and Wu Tianxin quickly walked in from the outside. When the two of them saw Xiao Hua sitting inside the palace with a smile, they looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they walked in front of Xiao Hua and knelt down in front of him with a plop sound and said respectfully, "Junior Chang Yu and Wu Tianxin wish to become disciples of the Imperial Preceptor and work for the Imperial Preceptor's country." Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. His hand stopped halfway in the air. He was very happy that Chang Yu and Wu Tianxin had returned. After all, a friend in need was a friend indeed. However, the sudden kneeling of the two of them was out of his expectations. Looking at the sincerity on their faces, Xiao Hua smiled. With a wave of his hand, the door to the cave closed. Xiao Hua did not let the two of them get up and asked, "What do you mean by this? Why did you suddenly have the thought of becoming disciples of this old man?" Reporting to Senior, Chang Yu said, "Junior came to Yaotai Mountain this time to seize the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Previously, when Junior met Senior, Junior also said that Junior's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If Junior did not rely on external help, Junior might not be able to break through. Junior wants to become the Imperial Preceptor. Although Junior must rely on the strength of the country to cultivate, more importantly, Junior must find a way out for himself. If Junior's cultivation stagnates at the Gold Core stage, then Junior can also enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank within the country. However, after Junior met Senior, Senior frankly gave Junior pointers on Junior's cultivation without any intention of treating Junior as an outsider, allowing Junior to feel Senior's breadth of mind. In addition, since Senior wants to establish a country and fight for the Imperial Preceptor's lot with Junior, Junior's chances will be reduced. Rather than Junior going to fight for it with Senior, Junior might as well directly work for Senior. This is also the reason why Junior did not come when Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli came to Senior to ask for benefits. Junior was thinking about how to ask Senior. No wonder this old man didn't wait for you. It turns out that you were casting a long line to catch a big fish. Xiao Hua laughed. Chang Yu's heart relaxed, and he said, "Actually, Junior originally wanted to wait for Senior to seize the Imperial Preceptor's lot before bringing it up. But tonight, Senior defeated Taoist Master Huda, and Junior heard a few nascent soul seniors talk about Senior's deeds. Junior knows that this is a chance for Junior. If Junior does not take advantage of Senior's awkward situation to provide timely assistance, when will Junior wait?" Xiao Hua nodded slightly, but did not comment, and looked at Wu Tianxin again. Wu Tianxin hurriedly said, "Presumably, Senior already knows that when Junior was talking to Senior, Junior already had the idea of working for Senior, but Junior is still somewhat hesitant. Junior has the same idea as Senior Marshal Brother Chong. Junior does not dare to disturb Senior at this time. Junior wants to wait until after the Jade Pavilion meeting to mention it to Senior. However, just now, after Senior left Taoist Master Huoda's banquet, Senior Marshal Brother Chong, Zhu Qingli and Junior discussed. Zhu Qingli said that Senior offended Taoist Master Huoda. Although Senior's strength is greater than Taoist Master Huoda, Taoist Master Huoda will definitely take revenge on Senior. Senior's future is worrying, so Zhu Qingli does not dare to get too close to Senior. At the same time, he advised Junior and Senior Marshal Brother Chong not to return to Senior's palace. Junior does not know what benefits Zhu Qingli obtained from Senior, but Junior knows that Junior must come back. Out of Junior's expectation, Senior Marshal Brother Chong also wanted to come back. Junior and Senior Marshal Brother Chong discussed a little, and both of us have the same idea. How can adding flowers to a brocade compare to providing timely assistance? Junior earnestly asks Senior to accept the two of us. We are willing to work for Senior. Xiaohuan nodded slightly. No matter if it was Chong Yu or Wu Tianxin, they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't hide anything from him, and they even spoke about their thoughts of betting. Xiaohua thought about their actions. Although he didn't really understand them, people in this world weren't exactly the same. It was normal to have some selfish thoughts. Good. Xiaohua smiled. Since you two have such thoughts, this old man will temporarily accept you two as disciples in name. After this old man examines you two, I will accept you two as disciples. Accept disciples? Wu Tianxin was stunned. Chong Yu was even more stunned. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Xiaohua was even more stunned. His face was somewhat unsightly. Thinking about what the two of them said just now, his heart thumped. That's right, they had always said that they would work for the state preceptor and senior. They did not say that they would become his disciples. Senior, are you really going to accept us as disciples? Wu Tianxin carefully asked again. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and waved his hand in embarrassment. This Xiao heard wrongly. You wait. We kowtow to master. Unexpectedly, ecstasy appeared on the two's faces. This made Xiaohua even more surprised. He shouted and kowtowed 9 times on the ground. Get up, get up. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand and helped the two up. He asked curiously, so you two did not plan to become his disciples? Master. Chong Yu respectfully got up. He looked at Xiaohua strangely and said in a low voice, on the hidden immortal continent, we Taoist cultivators cannot openly accept disciples. Being able to work for Master is already the limit of Confucian cultivators' tolerance. Xiaohua understood. Li Xiang and the others all thought that he knew about this matter. They never mentioned it to him. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. Ha! The rules of Confucian cultivators were broken by this Xiao. Since this Xiao wants to establish a Taoist sect, what is there to be afraid of? This Xiao even wants to establish a sect. Master, Chong Yu hurriedly said, you can't say this here. This is Yaotai Mountain. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. In this old man's eyes, Yaotai Mountain is just Yaotai Mountain. Wu Tianxin opened his mouth again. Master, since this disciple has become your disciple, then please give this disciple a proper name. This disciple can no longer use his previous name. Xiaohua knew about Wu Tianxin's abnormality and understood that this matter might be related to his life. He thought for a moment and said, how about Wu Tian? Wu Tianxin was overjoyed. He knelt down again and said, thank you, Master, for giving me a name. From now on, this disciple is Wu Tian. Xiaohua helped him up and said with a smile, even if you cultivate to nascent soul, you can still be called Taoist Wu Tian. Yes, this disciple understands. This is this disciple's Dharma name. Wu Tian was really happy. This was Xiaohua's promise to him. Chong Yu looked enviously at the side and said in a low voice, Master, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. This disciple, Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him and said, you guys have just become my disciples. This old man still doesn't know your specific cultivation level. How can I give you any benefits? Especially you. You've already reached the late stage of Jindan. After the Yaotai gathering, Xiaohua originally said that he didn't know the specific temperament of these two people and that he still wanted to test them. However, when the words reached his mouth, he changed them to cultivation level. At this moment, his heart was even moved. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right, since you guys can bet on this old man, then this old man will also bet. Chong Yu, you better not disappoint this old man. Chapter 3595. When Chong Yu heard this, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Master, don't worry. Disciple will not disappoint Master's expectations. follow this old man to the quiet room. Xiao Hua waved his hand and ordered, Wu Tian, you cultivate here. Yes, master. Chang Yu was overjoyed. He climbed up from the ground and followed behind Xiao Hua. Wu Tian also bowed and said, Disciple understands. Disciple will protect master and senior brother. After entering the quiet room, Xiao Hua ordered Chang Yu to sit cross-legged. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand. A very faint crystal thread appeared on his index finger and fell on Chang Yu's dantian. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua's face was expressionless. He didn't even frown. Chang Yu's heart slightly tightened. Go ahead, let this old man take a look. Suddenly, Xiao Hua spoke. Chang Yu very naturally agreed. All right, but before cultivating, a trace of hesitation flashed through Chang Yu's heart. After all, he was cultivating in front of Xiao Hua. His cultivation method was no longer a secret to Xiao Hua. Of course, this kind of hesitation was quickly ignored by Chang Yu. This was only the vigilance of a late gold core stage cultivator. It was also the result of not having a master for hundreds of years. When the cultivation method circulated, Chang Yu quickly entered a tranquil state. The heaven and earth origin energy in the quiet room flowed into Chang Yu's body in an orderly manner. All right, you can stop now. Chang Yu's cultivation method only circulated a few times. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and moved his finger away from Chang Yu's dantian. He said somewhat seriously, There's a problem with your cultivation method. Chang Yu didn't wait to open his eyes. His face was anxious, and he quickly asked, Impossible, Master, this cultivation method of yours was taken from someone else's hands. It wasn't passed to you by someone else, right? Xiao Hua asked with a smile that was not a smile. Chang Yu didn't hide it and nodded. Indeed. Moreover, you've been cultivating for many years and have always been in the late gold core stage. You always feel like you're within the bottleneck, but it also doesn't seem to be within the bottleneck, right? Xiao Hua asked again. Chang Yu's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Wasn't this the reason why he wanted to become Xiao Hua's disciple? Master, please give me some pointers. Chang Yu pleaded. I'm afraid that your situation can only be easily resolved if you become my disciple. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Chang Yu was puzzled and smiled apologetically. What do you mean, Master? Isn't it obvious? If there is a problem with your disciple's cultivation method, what will you do? Chang Yu thought for a moment and said, The simplest way is to change your cultivation method. Can you change it? Are you willing to part with your late gold core stage cultivation base? Xiao Hua smiled. Disciple really can't bear to do so. However, in the end, this disciple can only sever his wrist. I'm afraid this is the reason why you want to become the state preceptor, right? Xiao Hua pointed at Chang Yu and said, If you change your cultivation technique, your lifespan is already insufficient. The simplest and most direct solution to your current predicament is to modify your cultivation method. Chang Yu couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart and said in a low voice, It's not that I haven't thought of this before, but even a late nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't dare to casually change a golden core cultivation method. Furthermore, how can this disciple believe in a cultivation method that has been modified? What about the cultivation method this old man modified for you? Can you believe it? Xiao Hua looked at Chang Yu with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked. Chang Yu bit his lips, but his eyes were full of joy. That was really an uncontrollable joy. A nascent soul stage cultivator who can modify a golden core cultivation method. What kind of cultivation base is that? Chang Yu was really glad that he made the right bet. This old man had a lot of cultivation methods here, but your own cultivation method is still the most suitable for you. Give the cultivation method to this old man, and this old man will help you modify it during these 3 days of free time. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Chang Yu was stunned again and said in a low voice with a smile, Master, can't you be serious for a bit? Don't be too hasty. This is related to this disciple's future. Chang Yu's words sounded like he was complaining about Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua sounded like Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. The two children were somewhat coquettishly pleading. It seemed that Chang Yu really thought of himself as Xiao Hua's disciple. Looking at Chang Yu's old appearance, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a golden core cultivation method. Is there a need to be so serious? Today, this old man's temperament is good. If you want this old man to modify it, then quickly take it out. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop." Yes, this disciple was just joking with Master. Changyu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly took out a jade eye and handed it to Xiao Hua. After Xiao Hua took it, he didn't modify it himself and casually threw it to the green-robed Xiao Hua, then said to Changyu, "Go and call Wu Tian in. This old man feels that there are some problems with this hidden immortal continent's cultivation method." "It can't be. Master's meaning is." Changyu understood and asked in disbelief. Xiao Hua nodded. Maybe a Confucian cultivator did something. Let's take a look at Wu Tian's cultivation method. After looking at Wu Tian's cultivation method, Xiao Hua frowned. Previously, he really didn't think about this problem, but now, looking at Changyu and Wu Tian's cultivation method, there were faint flaws. These flaws were very hidden and ingenious. If those cultivators had never created their own cultivation method or hadn't seen many kinds of cultivation methods, they wouldn't be able to see it, let alone fix it. "Master," Changyu naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and said in a low voice, "Could it be that this cultivation method was really modified by someone?" Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "This old man doesn't know about other people's cultivation methods, but you and Wu Tian's cultivation method must have a problem." "But," Wu Tian said in a low voice, "Hidden Immortal Continent still has many nascent soul seniors." Speaking until here, Wu Tian first mocked himself and said, "Yes, it's impossible to modify all of them, and even if there are many modifications, there must be some left to let people see hope." These Confucian cultivators, Changyu gnashed his teeth and said, "They are really ruthless." The struggle between Buddhism and Taoism is not limited to this. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Taoism's methods were more ruthless than those of Confucian cultivators, and said with a smile, "There are many things that you don't know. However, since you have entered this old man's tutelage, you don't have to be afraid of these things. This old man will naturally teach you." Saying this, Xiao Hua still threw Wu Tian's cultivation method to the green-robed Xiao Hua. "That guy has seen who knows how many cultivation methods and secret techniques. Modifying these Jindan stage cultivation methods was just a matter of lifting his hand." Afterwards, Xiao Hua let the two of them go back and meditate. When the sun rose, he let the two of them come to the quiet room and returned the modified cultivation method to the two of them. After the two of them looked at it, he guided the two of them in their cultivation just like before. 3 days passed very quickly. The two of them were intoxicated as they listened until Xiao Hua stopped. Only then did they wake up. Today was the Yaotai assembly. Xiao Hua got up and said, 3 days have passed. Do you two want to continue cultivating here, or do you want to follow Master to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering?" Changyu and Wu Tian looked at each other, and without hesitation said in unison, "Reporting to Master, disciple has already achieved the purpose of this trip. There is no need to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Disciple will comprehend the cultivation method here and congratulate Master on obtaining the Imperial Teacher's lot and the 3 treasures from Star-Lord Palace." 3 treasures? Xiao Hua smiled. Although he didn't know what these 3 treasures were, he understood that it was some kind of gimmick from Star-Lord Palace of Confucian cultivators. As Li Xiang said, it was to coax the Taoism cultivators like dogs fighting over bones, so Xiao Hua didn't ask much. At this time, hearing the two talk, he nodded and said, "Very good. This old man can provide everything you need for cultivation. This old man doesn't need to participate in this Jade Pavilion gathering. After this old man obtains the Imperial Teacher's lot, you two will follow this old man back to Black Cloud Ridge and see this old man's magnificent scenery." Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will listen to Master's instructions. Changyu and Wu Tian respectfully sent Xiao Hua out of the palace. This palace couldn't be opened by divine sense without nascent soul strength. Xiao Hua wasn't here, so Changyu and Wu Tian couldn't stay in this palace, and followed Xiao Hua to fly towards Jade Mountain. At this time, it was already dawn, and the three people flew at a moderate speed under Jade Mountain. High in the sky, the red clouds were still covering the sky, and they couldn't see the rising sun. Instead, the rolling clouds made people feel a little depressed. Under the red clouds, many cultivators flew out from the palaces, pavilions, and caves and gathered towards Jade Mountain. Divine scents swept through the air, and it was quite lively. Hiss! Xiaohua also swept through with his divine scents and sucked in a breath of cold air. His brows slightly wrinkled, and he couldn't help but wonder, why are there so many cultivators? Where do they all come from? Of course, in the air, cultivators were densely packed one after another. Previously, when Xiaohua came, he didn't feel it, and even at the trade fair, he didn't feel it. But now, this battle array was vast and mighty. Of course, not to mention the items of extreme cold and extreme heat. Just the items that can extend one's life by 1,000 years are enough to entice those cultivators who aren't interested in the state preceptor's lot. Chang Yu said with a smile, and finally spoke about the treasures of Jade Mountain's Star Lord Palace. Oh, Xiaohua understood, but he didn't care, and said with a smile, looks like Star Lord Palace spent a lot this time. Other than the state preceptor's lot and the rarities of Jade Mountain, there are also the items of extreme cold, extreme heat, and life extension, 3 treasures. Confucian cultivators are attracted to our Taoist cultivators. The items of extreme cold and extreme heat are the best for tool refining and cultivation, and the life extension items can even give Senior Marshal Brother Chang and other Taoist disciples who have no hope of conceiving a nascent soul an opportunity out of thin air. Which Taoist disciple wouldn't rush to Jade Mountain after receiving the news? Wu Tian sighed. Even if they know it's Confucian cultivators, the scheme of Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua sneered. At this moment, he truly understood what Li Xiang said that day. For these things, it's already not bad if half of these thousands of cultivators can come out. Master, don't blame them for not seeing through it. Even if it's disciple, if it wasn't for Master's guidance and knowing that my future is bright, even if disciple understood the trap inside, disciple would still have to brace himself and charge inside. Damn, there are at least 1,000 nascent soul cultivators. The more they flew forward, the more astonished Xiaohua felt. Dawn Rain continent only has a few nascent soul cultivators. Why are there so many in Hidden Immortal Continent? Chapter 3596. Rumble. At this moment, a series of drumming sounds rang out, even more deafening than thunder. After 9 drumming sounds, the red clouds began to roll, and rays of golden light pierced through the clouds. Then, the red clouds began to gather in all directions. In just a moment, they had condensed into 28 huge clouds. On the clouds stood 28 immortal generals in shining armor. These immortal generals had different appearances. Some were thick, some were short, and some were thin. Even their mounts were different. Some were tigers, some were wolves, and there were even some strange rabbits and roosters. 28 lunar mansions? Xiaohua stopped in the air and glanced around. He could not help but think to himself. Behind these 28 immortal generals, there were dozens of immortal soldiers in bright armor. Although the immortal soldiers behind each immortal general held the same weapon, the weapons of the 28 immortal generals were different. At this moment, these immortal soldiers and immortal generals all had solemn expressions. The clouds under their feet rolled, and there was another loud drumming sound. Beside each immortal general, there was a huge man who was several feet tall, holding a huge drumstick. He appeared from the clouds along with a huge heavenly drum. The huge men were naked from the waist up. Layers of faint mist lingered around them. Under the mist, there was a layer of oily luster on their skin. The luster danced with their muscles, flashing with a strange brilliance. Ding ding dong dong. Among the earth-shaking drumming, There was another burst of music. Although this sound was not as deafening as the drumming, it was still loud. When Xiao Hua and the others raised their heads, in the clouds behind the 28 immortal generals, there were women in palace dresses, either holding a flute or a pipa. There were even groups of glittering chimes in the clouds. After half a meal's worth of time, the drumming gradually subsided, and the music slowly lingered in their ears. A pillar of light more brilliant than the sun emerged from the top of Yaotai Mountain, shining directly at the center of the 28 immortal generals. An old man in Confucian attire, wearing a tall crown and holding a jade tablet in his hand, slowly descended from the pillar of light. Wasn't this the Lord of Star-Lord Palace, Kong Hongwu? This was the first time Xiao Hua had seen Kong Hongwu. His gaze unconsciously fell on the pillar of light. His eyes narrowed as he carefully sized up this old man with an ancient face. When Kong Hongwu's figure landed on the 28 immortal generals and stopped about 10 feet away, Kong Hongwu looked around and looked at the Taoist cultivators on his left. He raised the jade tablet with both hands, bowed to the rising sun in the east, and said, "My name is Kong Hongwu, a disciple of the Confucian cultivators. I am entrusted by the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to take charge of the Star-Lord Palace. Today is the day when the Star-Lord Palace opens the Yaotai meeting. I, the 1,000-star generals, sincerely ask the ancestors of the Confucian cultivators to allow me to open the Yaotai Mountain and hold the Yaotai meeting." Before Kong Hongwu's voice fell, streams of awe-inspiring aura fell from the Yaotai Mountain. That awe-inspiring aura became extremely dazzling with 9 colors. Along with this rainbow-like pillar of light, a glittering imperial edict fell from the sky. Kong Hongwu very exaggeratedly bowed down and received that imperial edict. Then, he opened that imperial edict. Rumble. The sound of a tide came from the imperial edict. Roar. A huge dragon's roar came from the tide. Soon after, a 10,000 zhong yellow light rushed into the air. That yellow light unexpectedly looked like a dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. It fluttered in that 9-colored light for a few moments, then coiled up and lay down on the Yaotai Mountain. A kind of indescribable dragon's might and monarch's authority was even heavier than the Yaotai Mountain's pressure on the hearts of all the Taoist cultivators. At this time, a voice like a big yellow bell reverberated between heaven and earth. By the will of the heavens, the ancestors of the hidden immortal continent congratulate each other. Today, at the Yaotai meeting, the stars will... Every word of the imperial edict fell into Xiao Hua's ears and penetrated the bottom of his heart. Every word was like a huge rock that struck Xiao Hua's Tao foundation and destroyed his confidence in himself. Confucian cultivators. No, it should be said that the methods of the Immortal Palace are really amazing. Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes, allowing this Confucian cultivator's sound attack to baptize his Tao heart. At this time, Xiao Hua's Tao heart was incomparably firm, and his Tao foundation was also extremely stable. It was like a towering dragon rock that towered into the sky. No matter how this sound attacked, it could not be damaged in the slightest. Even in this sound, his Tao foundation became even more solid. Looking at those early Jindan cultivators, many of their eyes began to collapse, and a kind of worship expression gradually emerged. Of course, without waiting for the voice to finish reading the imperial edict, many cultivators flashed with golden light and began to resist this sound attack. They did not see any particularly embarrassing scene, but this moment of shaking of the Tao foundation had already caused some impact. After the imperial edict was read by the heavens, the sound of "by the will of the heavens" fell. Kong Hongwu led a group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals to bow and salute. He loudly said, "By the will of the heavens, thank the heavens for their grace." Among the thousands of cultivators, there were also some people who could not help but follow in a low voice. The fear of the will of the heavens had already quietly been planted in their hearts. Boom! After the imperial edict was read, a loud sound of waves crashing against the rocks was heard. The entire imperial edict slowly closed, but that huge yellow dragon didn't disappear. When the imperial edict fell into Kong Hongwu's hands, Kong Hongwu gently sent it into the sky. Shua! The imperial edict was like a meteor that soared into the sky and hit the sky. The entire sky shook violently. A huge black hole flashed, and a golden frame was revealed. The imperial edict fell into the black hole and disappeared. A dazzling brilliance that was more dazzling than the sun rushed out from the black hole. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes. Roar! Without waiting for everyone to open their eyes, the coiling dragon looked up to the sky and roared. Its huge body began to swim toward the hole. In just a moment, the dragon disappeared into the hole, and the hole transformed into a dragon gate that was dozens of feet long. Whoosh, whoosh. On the side of the dragon gate, the 9-colored pillar rapidly flashed and turned into thousands of 9-colored carps. These carps seemed to be going against the current as they rushed toward the dragon gate. Waves of heavenly music resounded, and all the carps that rushed through the dragon gate turned into dragons and roared into the 9 heavens. Fellow immortals, amidst the heavenly music, Kong Hongwu straightened his body. His body expanded under the multicolored light, and Kong Hongwu said in a dignified manner, "Today, the dragon gate of the Jade Mountain will be opened, and it is the time for you fellow immortals to show off your skills. In order to welcome you fellow immortals, my Star Monarch Hall has specially asked the heavens to order us to prepare 3 unique treasures for you fellow immortals." As he spoke, Kong Hongwu took out a jade box from his wide sleeve. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "This is the ghost gall of the cold ghost gall. Legend has it that it is the ghost gall of the cold ghost gall of the tens of thousands of ghosts in the cold ghost gall of the cold ghost gall. Ordinary people would be injured by the ghostly chi within if they hastily looked at it. This item can be used by a great tool master to refine a cold imperial tool, and it can also be used to refine Dao Sec pills. Of course, the most important use is to help fellow immortals with special secret techniques break through their bottlenecks. If used properly, it can allow fellow immortals in the late stage of nascent soul to break through to the out-of-body stage. See, just as Kong Hongwu finished speaking, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Kong Hongwu's expression didn't change. He raised his hand, and the jade box flew into the sky. Just at that moment, a 9-colored carp transformed into a dragon flew past. With a roar, it opened its mouth and swallowed the jade box into its stomach. Immediately after, it charged into the multicolored dragon gate and disappeared. Immediately after, Kong Hongwu leisurely took out another jade box from his other sleeve. He raised his hand and said, "This is the ancestor of pure yang. Legend has it that all of the flames in the world were born from this item. It was harvested from the true sun star by our ancient Confucian divine ancestor. It has always been used to condense the most holy and most yang weapons. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to keep it. Only cultivators with special secret techniques would be able to use it. It is different from the cold ghost gall. This item may not be able to help fellow immortals break through their bottlenecks, but if used to refine fellow immortals' magic treasures, it should be able to reach the spirit treasure realm." Wang. Kong Hongwu's words immediately ignited everyone's curiosity. Many people exclaimed in low voices. There was an ancient saying in the hidden immortal continent: "Magic treasures are easy to obtain, spirit tools are hard to find, immortal tools are impossible to find." On the hidden immortal continent, where the Dao sects flourished, magic weapons were commonly used by the Dao sects, and spiritual weapons with spirituality were extremely rare. As for immortal weapons that cultivators couldn't control, it was even more impossible to find traces of them. The reason why spirit tools were so rare was not only because there were very few cultivators who could refine spirit tools, but also because the materials that could refine spirit tools were even rarer. Now, this so-called ancestor of pure yang was actually able to refine spirit treasures that were a level higher than spirit tools. Which cultivator could remain calm? Even if they couldn't refine spirit tools, their innate greed had already grown out of their eyes. A pair of hands grabbed onto the jade box in Kong Hongwu's hand. Among the crowd of cultivators, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with astonishment. He didn't know what the cold ghost gall was, and he didn't have this name in his memory. Moreover, this extremely cold item didn't have any special effect on Xiao Hua's cultivation, so he wasn't very tempted. But when he heard this ancestor of pure yang, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the innate true fire, and even the innate fire essence. However, when Kong Hongwu later said that this ancestor of pure yang was taken from the Sun True Star, Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. How could the innate fire essence be taken from the Sun True Star? Even Xiao Hua didn't think that this jade box could contain the innate fire essence. Looking at the greed in the eyes of the crowd of cultivators, Kong Hongwu faintly smiled. With a shake of his hand, the jade box soared into the sky and was swallowed by a flying dragon. A layer of strange flame suddenly appeared on the flying dragon's body, and it directly rushed into the dragon gate and disappeared. Almost all of the cultivators' eyes followed the flying dragon as it landed on the dragon gate. No one saw where Kong Hongwu took out the third jade box from. After the third jade box was taken out, Kong Hongwu didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly looked at the jade box for a moment. The entire Yaotai mountain only had faint immortal music. All of the cultivators reluctantly shifted their gaze from the dragon gate. Many cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva and pricked up their ears, waiting for Kong Hongwu to speak. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.